Yes, so I think you're fine, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, great. I'd like to start the City Council meeting of December 6, 2022. And we will have a roll call, please. Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
And we do have a quorum. I see that we have public comment as the next agenda, but it says none.
That was for closed session.
That's right.
Oh, okay. All right. And we had no closed session today. So let's go to the moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Would someone like to volunteer to lead us in the pledge?
Be happy to do that.
Great. Thank you very much. Moment of silence, please.
If you'll please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Lane. Now let's go to our special presentations. And the first agenda is consider adopting resolution number 2022, canvassing the November 8, 2022 general municipal election of the city of Marina. And is that Shep that will be presenting those results?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
And the mayor is here now.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay, this is my favorite part. Yay. We are here to canvass the November 8th general municipal election for the city of Marina. We held the election on the 8th. There were 12,311 registered voters in the city of Marina. Turnout for the election for the mayor's seat was 6,178 registered voters. The mayor received 4,733 votes. For District 1 seat, there were 2,770 total number of registered voters. The turnout for that was 1,234, of which 971 registered voters voted for Brian McCarthy for District Seat 1. For District Seat 4, there were 2,445 registered voters in that district. The total number turnout was 1,225, of which 578 registered voters voted for Elizabeth Fisher. 492 registered voters voted for Leslie Martin. Elizabeth Fisher was the winner in that race. So we are now here to approve the canvassing of this election and appointing Mayor-elect Bruce Delgado as mayor for 4 years, his term ending in 2026. Appointing District 1 seat to Brian McCarthy for a term of 4 years, expiring 2026. And appointing for District 4, Elizabeth Fisher, for 4 years, expiring 2026. That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think we would entertain a motion to vote on this.
Motion to approve.
All right. Is there a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay. Any brief comments? I don't know if we followed our new policy, but let's go to public comment, which should have come before the motion, but it's the first time with that new policy. So please bear with us tonight as we get used to that. All right. So we're going to go with public comment. And I'm looking for any hands that are up for anyone that wants to comment on the canvassing. Now, Barbara, I see your hand is up. And if you want to speak to the issue at hand, that would be great. But if you want to talk about other issues that are not on the agenda, that will come later during public comment number 8 on our agenda tonight. So Barbara, I'm going to give you the floor with that caveat. Oh, she took her hand down. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter? All right, not seeing any hands go up. We'll come back to council and any any comments before we go to a vote? They don't have to be brief. Go to Council Member Christina Medina Dirksen.
I just want to say thank you to Anita for processing the canvassing and the strong belief in our democracy in terms of believing in the results and being as thorough as we can to follow through with what the people wished to happen.
All right, thank you, Christina. Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Well, yes, I don't know if now is an appropriate time or not to say this, but I do have a couple of closing comments as we are stepping off of council and accepting a new council in. So is this a time to comment on that, or shall
I'm not quite sure. It may or may not be. Let's go to Heidi Quinn, our city attorney.
I would, it's the discretion of the mayor. I mean, at this time, it is comment by council members pertaining to the certification of results and the ending of the terms. So that would be appropriate, or you could move it to announcements later in the meeting.
Well, why
I
don't
think,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think we were agreeing, Lisa, why don't we wait till the announcements?
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Just to be strict, not strict, but super consistent, I guess. All right. So we have a motion on the floor. If we could have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. So thank you to everyone who ran for office, and congratulations to those of you who came out winners in this. We'll move on now to the swearing in of District 1 City Council Member-elect Brian McCarthy.
I believe that I have the honor of doing this. And so I would like Brian to first say to you, congratulations on running unimposed, actually, and getting your finally the opportunity to have you serve for the city. I know this is something that is very important to you, and that you have continued to be of service for our city, even while prior to being a planning commissioner and then moving into planning commission. And even alongside of that, you've been an active and engaged member in the city. And so it is with great pleasure that I support you in your newly appointed seat, or elected seat, I should say. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to read this certificate of election and oath of office. And so if you could please repeat after me. I state your name. Oh, actually, I apologize. You know what? I'm sorry. I jumped ahead. I'm actually looking at the full certificate, and so for the sake of council, for the sake of the public, actually, I think, is it okay if I share this with the public so they actually know what we're talking about?
Sure.
Is that appropriate?
Sure.
Okay, great. So you all can see, this is the unsigned version that we're about to go from, which is the certification of the election by Gina Martinez from the Monterey County Registers of Voters. And then I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing so we can see Brian. And Brian, if you can now repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
I, Brian McCarthy, do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California against all
and
enemies. Sorry.
And the Constitution of the State of California
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties in which I am about to enter.
And with that, it is my great honor to welcome you onto the council as David and I step down.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm sure you will
Thank
be
you.
a huge asset to the city.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, and I do have a few comments. I don't know if it's best to wait until after or.
No, this is your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of want to say first, thank you, Lisa, for providing that service of swearing me in. You know, when I thought about who to ask to swear me in, as you know, as candidates, we have a choice. And, you know, thinking about what's kind of going on at the national level and the level of discourse and the sense of a non-peaceful transfer of power that we saw at the national level, it was important to me that I ask an existing council member that was stepping down. And although there's not really a one-for-one transfer in this case, again, I reached out to Lisa, and Lisa, thank you for doing that. I mean, we are two people that have agreed on many issues and have really not agreed on all the issues. And so it was really important to me that this is what it looked like for me. So thank you for that. I'm really honored and proud to accept this with a great deal of responsibility. And I'm ready to get to work and represent the people of Marina. So I don't want to take too much time, but I am really excited about this new council coming in. And I know we haven't finished swearing folks in, but I think the potential of this new council is tremendous. And I am just really optimistic about it. And so I'll leave it with that. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is it an appropriate time for me to say something about Brian? Okay, great. I've had the pleasure to serve with Brian McCarthy as a planning commissioner, and I've respected his attention to detail, his speaking up about his concerns, and approaching issues with objectivity, even changing or modifying his positions based on public input. He has done a great job in his role as chair of the Planning Commission, bringing dignity and efficiency to that body. We also know Brian through his involvement in public comment over the years, giving well thought out suggestions and opinions to help shape the council's decisions. I have been especially grateful for Brian's effort to promote LGBTQ communities and to help our city advance in the acceptance of all marginalized people who reside in Marina. We are, after all, a city that prides itself on our diversity and our ability to be welcoming and inclusive to all. I look forward to my next chapter of interacting with Brian in a very different way, but significant as a fellow council member. Congratulations, Brian, and welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everyone can hear me okay? Okay, thank you. I just also want to echo what Mayor Pro Tem has said. I find Councilmember McCarthy to be open-minded, thoughtful, extremely thorough. His contributions to public comment over the years have got me thinking, have changed my mind. I've enjoyed robust conversations having to do with pretty much every aspect of this community. He was on board when a group of citizens decided that we needed to move our city forward in an area of finding funds to better serve our communities. So he jumped in, no questions asked, canvassed, got signatures from residents. So the 25 of you that are here today, I think you have a lot to owe now Councilmember McCarthy and Disher for stepping in, no questions asked, and advocating on your behalf. So some people might say you need to do this, that, and the other to be able to serve your community, at least in an official role. And he's been doing it. Elizabeth is the same thing. So we're very lucky to have a council that is now united in going in the same direction. There's a strong trust in government. And I'm excited. I thoroughly am excited for all of us because I've joked with some people that it happened in Soledad and now it's happening in Marina. And our new council members are going to be vital to moving us to the next level. So I'm honored that you're here with us. You're always here with us, and I appreciate that. But now to have your thoughtfulness and your input at the table to help us think things through clearly. So I just appreciate that you stepped up in this time when it's very difficult and you put yourself out there for criticism. You can never make everybody happy, but if you know that your heart's in the right place, and I know that yours is. So I just want to really say thank you very much for stepping up and sacrificing for this community that we all love. So welcome.
Okay, next we do the swearing in for Councilmember-elect Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say a few nice words about Lisbeth. I have the wonderful opportunity to swear in someone really special, Lisbeth Fisher, into the ranks of our city council today. I wish to give a picture of Lisbeth so you might know and value her the way I do. My first exposure to Lisbeth was as a member of the public who frequently made reasonable and logical public comments at city council meetings. I came to know her more when she participated in Citizens for Just Water. And when I was elected to council 2 years ago, Lisbeth stepped in assuming the role of the next chair of Just Water. And just FYI, it was Lisbeth who alerted the community and city council that a row of large trees had been removed on a new development site without permits. And this resulted in a cascade of actions that were very beneficial to our city. And these last 2 months especially, she has worked incredibly hard since so much began happening on the water issues with Cal-Am. Despite her also campaigning as a council person, a candidate, she worked tirelessly educating Marina residents about the Cal-Am project, sending out updates through the Just Water newsletter, manning the farmers market booth for 6 weeks straight for 4 hours every Sunday, designing flyers for distribution, holding Just Water meetings for volunteers, responding to Just Water emails, coordinating speakers for the November 17th hearing. That was a huge task, and so much more. I consider myself a highly responsible person, and Lisbeth has proven to be of the same ilk. When she takes on a project, she is 100% reliable and develops intelligent strategies that she fully and responsibly executes. I have seen her talk effectively and sincerely to Marina residents across all socioeconomic levels and to people of different racial and ethnic backgrounds. She has an aura of optimism and joie de vivre, a joy of life, that has been such an inspiration to me as we took on enormous challenges in our fight against Cal-Am. I truly say this to all fellow Marina residents. Our city response to Cal-Am would not have been as strong without her dedicated involvement. We are lucky to have her now in this new role as city councilwoman, and I know that she will continue to be an advocate for the public good, and she will always be active in and available to our community. Please know that elected council members are essentially volunteers who do this enormous job with virtually no pay, and we devote so much personal time and effort out of our love for our city. I ask you and the public to be kind and respectful to especially our new council members who are making this pledge today to serve our community. We are grateful, of course, to all our elected officials, and I welcome Lisbeth as she takes on yet another community commitment, once again, for all of us. Thank you, Lisbeth, and congratulations, and we'll proceed to the swearing in. So I don't know if you wish to raise your right hand. I don't know if that's our process. I should have checked that ahead of time. Is that still something
I can do that.
Okay, let's do it then. So, repeat after me. I, Elizabeth Lisbeth Fischer, do solemnly swear or affirm
I, Lisbeth Visser, do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties on which I am about to enter.
Thank you very much. And you are now a Marina City Council person. Congratulations, Lisbeth.
Thank you very much, Kathy. And thank you for your very nice words. It made me tired just to think about what we have been doing the last couple of months. But I don't regret it. I'm still not 100% better, but I will get there. But I would like to thank all the voters, whether they voted for me or not. I would like to thank anybody who did take the time to vote. And I hope that next time it will be more than 50% of the voters, or the eligible voters. So thank you all. And just like Brian, I'm really looking forward to the next 4 years. And I would like to thank, this might not be the right time, but the outgoing council members, Lisa and David. I'd like to thank them for their service, because I know I will find out what a commitment it is. But thank you both very much. And thank you all for welcoming me tonight.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Kathy. All right, now we'll proceed to the swearing in of Mayor-elect Bruce Delgado. And I have asked Yuri Anderson,
Mr.
twice
Mayor,
elect.
sorry to interrupt, but it would now be the right time to make a few comments about Lisbeth like we did with myself, or?
Sure, Brian, go ahead.
I just wanted to first welcome Lisbeth to the council. I guess since technically I was sworn in first, I can do that. But I just want to share that recently she said something to me that really still gives me chills when I think about it. And she said, you know what, Brian, we have something in common. She said, we both have incredibly supportive spouses and families. And it is so true. People have no idea the toll that these kind of roles place on our families and our relationships. And so, I just want to thank Lisbeth for that kind of little tidbit of wisdom. Thank her family for supporting her, because thank all of our families and friends for supporting us, because it is so important. This really does take an incredible toll on our personal relationships. And it's just really meaningful to me. And so welcome, Lisbeth, and I'm really looking forward to serving with you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. Congratulations, Councilmember Fischer. I know that you are going to be the bridge that's going to connect our communities. You are stepping into a role as representing a new constituency. And there's no one better that I can imagine is ready to take on that role. I appreciate Mr. Martin for running, but I have such confidence in you and for those of you who didn't know, Elizabeth was kind of like the welcoming committee of her neighborhood out in the dunes. She worked in her former role, worked for both Sea Haven and I believe the dunes, right? And as a community liaison manager, HOA, correct?
The dunes was just voluntary, just volunteering, yeah.
Right. So in my mind, she is the person who has really rallied this community to take part in the greater Marina. New people have come and moved into these developments, and she's provided a source of where to volunteer, how to get involved. down to what kind of wine to drink with her neighbors. So I think in her own right, she's got this amazing power to bring people together in this new neighborhood, and I'm very excited. That was my former district, and I didn't get to spend as much time out there because of the way the district was drawn. But I'm very excited to know that the residents in this neighborhood, our newest neighborhoods, are going to have somebody of Lisbeth's caliber. She's going to be building bridges for all of us. The commitment that she showed to our city is clear. Again, back to passing some citizen initiatives. She was a cheerleader. She walked neighborhoods. Her family commitment is clear. Thank you, Jules and Isa, for being part of the crew. And just really her perspective of a professional background. She has she's always been honest about maintenance plans, and her professional insights are really going to add to the skill sets of this council. So I welcome you, and I'm very excited. We've got an amazing team here that's going to lead the city to the next level. And I think we've got the energy, we've got the skill set, and most importantly, we've got the drive and the love for our community. So welcome.
And Elizabeth, I echo what others have just said, and I'm excited for you to join City Council because you've already worked so hard as a community leader, mostly protecting our water, but in many other ways. It's just that it was such a huge effort you put toward our water issues that, of course, that stands out. But I don't forget all the other issues you've worked on, and I can't wait for your high and fresh energy to be applied to everything you touch. You're a bright light, and we're very lucky to have you. And Brian, I wish you success on City Council, and to all of our council. I think that we might have, as capable and a productive council as I've seen in, since the year 1998. So I'm looking forward to working with you both, Elizabeth and Brian. Okay. So now we'll move on to the swearing in of my position. And as I was mentioning earlier, Yuri Anderson has been twice elected to the Monterey Peninsula College Board of Trustees to represent Marina, but her contributions to our community go much, much deeper and broader than that. And she's just a wonderful heart, a wonderful leader for our community in Marina, and also our region, not just Marina. So with that, Yuri, I'll turn it over to you, and thank you once again for joining us tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor and Mayor-elect Delgado. I really appreciate you inviting me to swear you in this evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. It was such an honor to receive the invitation, and I had an opportunity to get to know Bruce, and I'm going to call you Bruce because I feel like that's what our community knows you as. 4 years ago when I first ran for the MPC Board of Trustee, and that's when I really got to know you, but you've been my mayor for the 13 years that I've lived in Marina, and have seen a love for this community that I don't know that I see in every mayor throughout our community. The way you're out there listening to your constituents, hands-on with the issues that we're facing, it just brings me a lot of joy and a lot of pride in my city and in my mayor, and knowing that, anyone, whether they're elected or not, can give you a call, shoot you a text, an email, and you'll listen and you'll try to take that information into account and see what the council can do to make our lives here in Marina better. So thank you for the service that you are again stepping into. Thank you for being the longest serving Green mayor in the United States of America, and the leadership you're going to show this council. So if you will raise your right hand and repeat after me, I would be honored to swear you in for your next 4 years.
Thank you.
I state your name.
I, Bruce Carlos Delgado,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I'll bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Yuri. I really appreciate you being here for this purpose. It was kind of strange being unopposed and not having the stress that comes with difficult campaign. And it's been great to experience so many people and so many issues over the years as mayor. I'm looking forward to future of more of the same. And I think, as I mentioned just a bit ago, maybe the best 4 years of the city's leadership. I do want to say that nothing that I do as mayor can really get done without staff. And I think of our elected officials, the 5 of us, as cheerleaders on the side, and it's staff that are working 40 or more hours every week that get everything done that people see around town. Maybe there are some little things that we can take initiatives to make happen. And once in a while, we'll get something big done, such as Christina Medina Dirksen's leadership on the 3 tax measures that passed in 2018. But for the most part, it's all staff, and it's the best we can do to support them and cheerlead for them. But they're the ones that get everything done. Beyond that, I want to give a shout out to Kathy Biala and Christina Medina Dirksen, who are now in their 2 years. And at this celebratory moment for them 2 years ago, they were treated with dishonor and disrespect by a couple of city council members. But since then, they didn't let that stop them one iota. They have worked excellently for our community, and they've really shown themselves to be community leaders. And I think of this swearing in tonight as much for you as those of us who are new or coming in. And I just want to say thank you for your 2 years of service that didn't start out in the celebratory note that you deserved, but you've sure proven yourself since then and before then, and that's why you were elected. So thank you both for that. Okay, so I think we're ready for a roll call and reestablishment of a quorum.
A point of order, Mayor.
Already?
Yeah, I don't want to bypass people having the opportunity to say something to you in congratulations. So may I start? Thank you. Bruce Delgado has been an amazing asset to our community. And I'm aware of 14 years, not 13, like Yuri said. But knowing what I know now, having been on the council, I must express my deepest gratitude for the sacrifices of personal time and energy that he has dedicated selflessly to our community. And I think all of us are aware of that. He's been my role model for us newcomers to the council. The most important thing for me has been that I learned we cannot represent our constituents when we remain aloof and uninvolved and inaccessible. I have used his example to genuinely listen to the public and to act on the issues that I'm able to. I have reached out to heretofore silent or marginalized communities, and I now consider myself deeply a part of Marina on so many different levels. I've always been impressed by the mayor's endless energy and willingness to be involved in so many community activities and initiatives, despite his working a full-time job. It's a marvel to me. I can never hope to have that kind of energy. And though he and I have had disagreements, I know that he is the right person for this big job, and he does so with intelligence and dedication. I'm glad that our city again has chosen him to be our mayor by our votes. And this vote of confidence, we are saying essentially, thank you for a job well done, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado. I just wanted to share with you that in so many ways, you're actually the reason that I'm here. You know, I have given public comment at a lot of different agencies throughout the county, throughout the state, throughout the country, quite frankly. And very rarely does someone make me feel like I truly have a seat at the table as a member of the public and that my voice is valued and important. And you do that to people every single time. And it is amazing to me. I'll just echo that you are truly one of a kind. If I ever find someone in a role that I think is much like you, I will share that with you, but I don't think that will ever happen. I really appreciate your service on this council and making people like myself feel welcome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo as well. You put our community first, and in so many ways that is so evident in every corner of our community. As I walk through my dogs, the Oak Knoll, the behind the library, what was once a barren piece of property is now thriving. People are out there on the weekends. And it's, for me, kind of a metaphor of our community. What you've been able to do over these times, weathering different political situations and other people at the table who've sat here and led our community, you've managed to bring consensus together and move our city forward, even through the difficult times. So just like that project outside of the library, we're thriving now. And I want to say thank you for that. I echo also, there's not a single person that you don't inspire. You inspired me, a mom with kids, and I'm busy in my community. Why would I run for council? Why would I add that to because I love my community just like you do. So I want to thank you so much for inspiring me. I do the same and try to inspire others to just do it, because this is not a throne. It is not. It's a love of community. And you're probably the longest running mayor, because I don't know if anybody could do it better. Someone, I know you've said, if someone can do it better, come along. But I want to thank you for your personal sacrifices. And our community is in, like somebody just said, I don't think we could find a better person to embrace our community and do everything that you do. So you go above and beyond, and that's an incredible example for you to share with all of us. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for leading the progress. Thank you for your sacrifices. Thank you for being the cheerleader of staff as we move our city forward into this next phase of Marina. I'm excited to be part of that next design. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina. Really appreciate that. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Vischer.
Yes, just like the others, Bruce, I would like to thank you for inspiring me and many, many other people to become actively involved in our city. I've never before, in any of the cities that I've lived in, I've never before been involved like I've been in this town. And it all started with a water forum where I met you and Kathy. And then it evolved into you teaching me how to go door to door to ask people to vote to tax ourselves. So, and we succeeded with that. So thank you for training me with that. And just thank you for teaching me to speak to people, to listen to people. And just very simply, thank you for all you're doing. Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor. You're still muted. There you go.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate that. All right. So we're going to move on now to a roll call and a reestablishment of our new quorum. Anita?
Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Elizabeth Vischer.
Here.
Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Yes, here.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. And I want to say thank you for your service to our departing council members, David Burnett and Lisa Berkeley. Thank you. All right, so now we have I'm going by the new agenda. It's different for me. We have council and staff announcements. I guess this used to be kind of like number 12 at the end of the meeting. And we're not supposed to ask clarifying questions. It's more like about what we've been doing in our, and announcements. And so Heidi, keep us on the straight and narrow here because it's our first time through this new agenda format. Let's ask Matt Mogeson if he has input at this point. Hello, Matt. Matt's our assistant city manager.
Good. Yeah, my title dropped off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I hope this is the appropriate time. I just wanted to quickly remind the council and everybody else that we have 2 events coming up next week to talk about our incidental take permit. First is going to be a community open house on Monday, the 12th, and that's going to be from 5 to 6:30 p.m. in our city council chambers. And then we'll have a virtual special city council meeting on Tuesday, the 13th. And that's to further discuss potential development areas in the future and habitats we may want to conserve. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Matt. And now let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I wanted to say that I attended the 2022 DART Symposium. Is this the right time to say about these things?
Announcements.
Okay. Announcements. Okay. It was a symposium that was held over 2 days at CSUMB. And the reason for it was to talk about the innovation that's coming through with Joby Aviation. It was held at CSUMB, and everything from workforce development to overall big picture of what Joby's doing out here. We had a lot of people in attendance with an expertise towards how we can better partner and what kind of challenges are ahead. So in terms of making sure Joby Aviation and others like it in that technology realm are supported. So I want to say that they're starting a grassroots pilot academy. So anyone who's interested in learning about that, go to the Joby website, or the website is mbdart.org. It was a really, really great opportunity to learn about the innovation going on out there about air taxis. The other thing I was going to mention, but perhaps the police department was a toy drive for Marina's residents coming up. They'll talk about that. And the last thing is just a shout out to the tree lighting ceremony and the fire and the police who had Santa through the streets this last weekend. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much, Christina. I'd like to remember Mike Owen. We will adjourn this meeting in his honor. A friend to many of us, a leader to all of us. He passed away very recently, and he was for 35 years, something like that, on our tree committee. He was our Lorax, speaking for the trees and other community values. We miss his wife, Candy, who preceded him in passing away several years ago. And Mike just did a beautiful job for our city, and his spirit will be here as long as we're around who remember him and beyond then. So thank you, Mike, for everything you've done for our town. And we definitely miss you already. As far as sort of in Mike's spirit, there's an important event coming up this Saturday, December 10th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. There'll be a live jazz band serenading volunteers who show up at our future city's Hilltop Park on the corner of 4th Avenue and 9th Street, 4th Avenue and 9th Street in Marina's portion of Fort Ord in the Dunes development. And we'll be planting upwards of 1,000 native plants that Marina volunteers have grown, from collecting the seed to getting them ready for this Saturday. So please join us to hear a great jazz band and have a good time with other inspired people to put these native plants in the ground. And Brian or Kathy or Elizabeth, I know Lisa has your hand up, so we'll go to you, Lisa, first when we get to the next public comment.
Terrific. Thank you.
All right.
I just wanted
No,
to,
Lisa, I'm sorry, we're going to get to you first at the public comment under number 8. Right now, we're on number 7.
actually, Mr. Mayor, per what we discussed earlier this evening, we did say that I could speak during announcements. And
Yes,
so
those are announcements for the
we're still in.
Lisa. This is for council and staff.
I
Let's go-
understand that, but
So,
actually,
excuse me, Lisa, you are out of order, Lisa. Please don't do this tonight. We're going to go to City Manager Lane Long, and we'll come to you first.
wow,
Public comment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, that you're going back on your word. Thank
So
you.
you are really out of order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank everyone that showed up to our Marina tree lighting last Friday, and thank the Marina Foundation for sponsoring and putting on that wonderful event. And we had a great turnout as usual, and we don't have a live band anymore. I was reminded that our live band people are getting older and don't play anymore, and so we transitioned to our John Upshaw for the DJ, and it was just a wonderful night. And so I wanted to thank everyone for coming out to that, and the Marina Foundation. And also wanted to just remind everyone that our last council meeting for this year will be on December 20th. Because it's close to Christmas, we try to keep that a really light meeting. So there'll just be a few just items that we have to take care of, but there won't be anything long or controversial. So that should be a short meeting on Tuesday, November 20th. Thank you.
All right. And Lane,
December 20th.
thank you for that clarification, Anita. And I want to echo Lane, your compliments to everybody that had anything to do with the tree lighting ceremony, particularly public works staff, getting the whole site and all the lights ready, as they do a great job every year. But again, this year, thank you, Public Works, and to all of the police and fire that showed up to support the event. And then, of course, to the nonprofits such as the Marina Foundation and others who had their normal great roles in putting on a super event. It's just so great to see so many people happy in the brisk, cool weather of these, first Friday December evenings every time we do this tree lighting ceremony. It's just a great event to be at. So thank you to everyone that had any hand in it. All right. So we're going to move now to public comment, and we're going to go first to Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. I'm sorry that we had to get off to this beginning, but I'm very happy to be here. And as a former council member, I actually just wanted to make a comment to the public and also to our council. And thank you for the opportunity to be of service. When you serve in an elected position, you get to see the worst and best sides of the issues the community faces, of the community, and even of yourselves. It is a profoundly humbling experience. And so I just really wanted to thank our members of the community for allowing me to be of service to you. It has been a tremendous growth opportunity, and it has more importantly given me a greater understanding of what is required for the running of a city or county or potentially even a state, in how we work and the issues that we face. And now as I move on and do work within the international well-being economy and consulting with cities for changing into a more holistic framework, bridging compassion, care, well-being, donut economics, etc., I have a different perspective. And so I really want to thank members of the public for what I have learned from you, what you have taught me, and members of council and city staff for truly giving me a holistic perspective. I thank you very, very much. There is one other thing that I was hoping to announce before, and that is that the Marina Tree and Garden Club will also be doing an honoring of Mike Owen. And if you give me just 1 second, I will get you that date. They're doing a beautiful ceremony for him on January 22nd at 2 p.m. And so I do hope that you can join. And just to share a little bit, it'll be at Marina's community room at 190 Seaside Circle. And you should please bring favorite savory or sweet dishes to share to celebrate his life. So with that, I happily and with great humility step off of council and thank you all for letting me be of service to you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Paula Pillow. Good evening, Paula.
Good evening. Matt, I think you were supposed to put up a graphic so that I could make this presentation. If you could reset the clock after doing that.
I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
Paula, I'll tell you when your time is up. We can't show both.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm here tonight representing the Ingram Housing Fund. The fund is about funds that were administered by the Action Council of Monterey under a fiscal sponsorship agreement with the Marina Citizens for Accountability in Government. And we have finally completed the Ingram Housing Fund. We have expended $1,835,621 into the Marina community. A portion of that was the $100,000 that we granted to the Salvation Army for rental assistance and homeless prevention. That was for Marina citizens only. We also granted $250,000 to interim housing to help build Rock Rose Garden. And Rock Rose Garden provides 20 units of permanent affordable housing for adults with disabilities. We also loaned $1.35 million to CHISPA in order to leverage funding for them to be able to build Junsei Oaks, which provided 47 units of senior housing, affordable housing. And most recently, with regard to CHISPA, we executed a new agreement so that that has become a grant. And now that means that CHISPA does not have to repay that to the fund and can instead reinvest those monies in yet another project. And lastly, with the assistance of the Housing Resources Center and Lisa Berkeley, we were able to grant the final amount remaining in the fund of $135,621 to the Housing Resources Center for rental assistance and homeless prevention. In addition, the Marina Citizens for Accountability in Government also granted $5,772 for legal assistance to the implementation of the Marina Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ordinance and the $5,000 towards the Martin Luther King Jr. sculpture placement. So I want to thank my other fellow board members, David Burnett, Tina Walsh, and also Billy Ingram, who passed away in 2009, who was the founder of the fund, and to all of these partners that you see here on the screen who allowed us to, they provided a conduit for us to reinvest in our community for the people who were most in need. And so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paula, for your years of dedication. And Billy was a say it like you see it type of guy who was a lot of fun to spend time with. And so it's great that you did so much good in his name because he did so much good. Right. I don't see my participant list here. Excuse me for a moment. Let's go to Barbara. Barbara, thank you for being patient with us.
Thank you very much. I want to just take 10 seconds to say thank you very much for Mayor Delgado for always responding back to any of my emails, very responsive, in addition to Lane. I'm here tonight to talk about my concern with, I saw a recorded plan for a very large structure going into Sea Haven resident, well, I guess it's a city park. I am a Sea Haven resident. I moved to this area a couple of years ago from Lodi, California, and I'm very excited about being here. And I'm excited about a park going there and our community having something nice like that here. However, it appears that the plan that was sold to many of the residents here has greatly changed into a park of destination. I'm speaking on my behalf tonight. However, I do know there are a number of residents that's highly concerned about the size and magnitude of a structure bringing people from all over to our neighborhood here, increasing traffic.
Your
potential crime issues, graffiti issues on such a large structure that we already contend with much smaller structures. And really, since we are paying a portion of that, apparently $12,000 a month, out of our HOAs, I've not had our residents here have no input. It appears of something of this magnitude in that park. So really just wanted to, I sent a letter to Lane, as well as CCing you, Bruce, hoping to get some type of response in terms of, you know, do the residents here have some input on this before this is built? I, again, am for the park, but not something of the magnitude that is being presented or was presented to, you know, at this point. And that's all I have to say. I guess I would want to know what the next steps are in the process of approving something, that plan for what's going in there. I mean, pickleball courts, all kinds of things were not sold to the residents here, but now is being planned for that park. Thank you.
Okay, Barbara, we have new rules that give us less back and forth, but at the end of the public comment period, we'll do all we can to respond to you tonight. But yeah, just please stay tuned until public comment is over. Okay. Let's go to Tom Moore. I'm sorry.
Comment on it later. Is that what he said? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, after public comment is over, we'll refer to public comment, but more briefly than we used to because of our rules changes. But for now, let's go to Denise Turley. Good evening, Denise, and welcome.
Yeah, I wondered what was going on because I was asked to mute and you guys went off in the left direction. And it's really funny, strange that happened because that happens to me almost every single time. I'm invited to speak and then all of a sudden I'm muted and I don't get to speak. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that it happens to. And anyway, so I would just like to say that I'm really hoping that there is a better way for someone when that happens to someone like myself or other people, that you establish a way for them to immediately contact you. I've tried texting, I've tried emailing, and nothing, absolutely nothing. So if your intention is to not let someone speak, don't invite them to speak in the first place and then just shut them down. If your intention is to let them speak and there's a technical problem, let them know what's going on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Denise. Now let's go to Tom Moore. Thanks for being patient, Tom.
Yes, Mayor Delgado, thank you very much. As most of you know, longtime planning Marina Tree Committee founder and member Mike Owen recently passed away. Monique and I had the good fortune to have Mike as a neighbor for nearly 20 years, a few houses away. He was a great neighbor, always looking for ways to serve the neighborhood, but more importantly, Mike was always looking to serve the community. As you know, he worked for many years for the federal government, which is a form of public service. And he certainly worked very, very hard for the city on the tree committee and on other issues to provide that same level of service that I believe he probably gave to the federal government. So I would urge the city to honor Mike by naming the row of eucalyptus trees, which he helped both preserve and be noted as a landmark group of trees along Beach Avenue. And I would certainly urge the committee to give serious consideration to honoring Mike Owen in that manner. So thank you for your attention tonight. and look forward to some form of honoring of Mr. Mike Owen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Welcome. Good evening, Nancy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here with Dana Cleary and Grace Silva Santella, who would like to speak after me. Matt, if you can run the video.
Okay, dog, where did you go?
While you're setting that up, Anita and Matt, I'm trying to find out, there's someone who's not muted with providing background conflict noise, and I can't find it. So if you can help me, that'd be great.
You may be hearing my granddaughter.
Tom Moore still has his mic open as well.
Are the pictures showing right now?
No, they're not. If you cannot get it to work, we'll do it without the video presentation.
I will do it manually. Hang on 1 second. We'll just do a PDF.
That's Matt Morgan. Oh, Morgan. There we go.
Dogs in the bed.
Okay. Problem is I keep losing my screen for some reason.
I think we should just go ahead without the video presentation,
later.
the slide
Yeah.
presentation. It can be done later.
All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have heard that our good friend, Mike Owen, good friend to the community, good friend to many community members, passed away on November 21st. It was an honor for me to know him. I didn't meet him under the best of circumstances because he was campaigning adamantly against me at one point. But it was very fortunate that I got the opportunity to get to know him when he joined Marina in Motion. He didn't join us because he thought we were a wonderful group. He thought that we were some group advocating for a particular point of view. But when he found out that wasn't the truth, Mike Owen stepped forward, and just as hard as he advocated for trees and for the community and for the environment, and on behalf of his wife and the things she was interested in, he advocated and became Marina in Motion's biggest advocate. He spoke out regularly about the work that we did as a community organization that just wanted to make sure that you knew about local people running for local office. That smile that you see on the picture now, that is the way I will always remember Mike Owen. There was a little bit of mischievous to his face every time he smiled at you, and you couldn't help but wonder what was going on behind the smile. There are many people here tonight who wish to speak to the way that Mike impacted their lives, and I'm honored that I was able to be the first of the three of us to be able to speak about him tonight. That picture of him with Candy and Santa Claus says it all. Candy being very sweet and Mike making a crazy face while standing on the other side. And I can't help but wonder if Candy could see him beyond Santa's beard. But it truly showed his sense of humor, his great wit, and his compassion for everybody around him. He's going to be greatly missed by myself and by the people you will be hearing from now. Our next speaker is Grace Silva Santella.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members and our former two council members, Councilmember Burnett and Berkeley. I met Mike shortly after I moved to Marina. It was 1989, and I was stunned when some beautiful pine trees were taken down in my neighborhood, and I was asked to join this new ad hoc committee of which Mike was one of the founding members, and a longtime friend of mine, Gayle Jablonski, who will be speaking this evening. As I've done some research about Mike, I came across a 2015 Monterey County Weekly article, and it's a wonderful article, and it speaks of Mike and his wife Candy and their work to preserve a 75-year-old majestic cypress tree at the Dunes development. And what this article really speaks of is that this article was written in 2015, and yet Mike could go back to paperwork from 2005 that showed that this particular cypress tree was to be preserved. It showed Mike to be a determined, disciplined, organized, persistent, and committed man to the preservation and protection of our urban forest in Marina. On January 22nd, as former council member Barkley has already told you, with the family of Mike Owen and Candy Myers Owen, and with the Marina Tree and Garden Committee, of which Mike was insistent that the word tree be in Marina Tree and Garden Club. We'll be holding a celebration of life for Mike at 2:00 at the Marina Library. We invite everybody to bring a dish to share as a potluck and to bring all your stories about Mike. When Mike, what so many Marina residents do not know about Mike is that when he was committed to a tree project, he would spend thousands of his own dollars for arborist reports and for professional tree trimming. On 2nd Avenue near the Water City Roller Hockey Building is a beautiful, fabulous, gorgeous cypress tree. And he paid from his own money to have that tree professionally trimmed so that we all would appreciate and understand the value of preserving the older urban forest of Marina. Mike has impacted every corner of Marina, from the eucalyptus landmark trees on Beach Road that Tom Moore spoke of, to cypress tree plantings along the Highway 1, to oak tree preservation at Sea Haven, and to Mike's commitment to preserve trees on the dunes. And I hope everybody who can will be with us on January 22nd. And I now have Dana Cleary who wishes to speak.
Thank you, Grace. Hello, everybody. I don't have much to add to Grace, but I was happy to hear the suggestion Tom made about the avenue of trees on Beach Road, because I had been thinking that I met Mike in 1996-7 when I first came to Marina, and I was stunned by the barren look of this town at the time. And I walked into City Hall and I asked, who do I talk to about the history of this town and why aren't there any trees here? And they said, well, Joy Junsay said, I think you should go meet Mike Owen and Grace Silva Santella and Gayle Jablonski, and they can talk to you about trees. And that's what Mike would do. And Mike would stand on my driveway in his sneakers and his sweatpants, and he would like rock back and forth from one sneaker to the other. And he'd talk to me about trees until I was tired of trees. And I like the idea of that avenue of trees as a way to remember him. But I can remember him just by walking out in my front yard, where I have like a 30 or 40 foot oak tree that Mike walked up my driveway as a little baby sprout and said, here, why don't you plant this? I had just dug out all the grass out of the yard, and that was an early planting. So I look forward to our event at the library, and I hope that we see all of you there.
Thank you, Dana and Grace and Nancy. Anybody else in your group wish to speak at this point? Nobody else there? Then we'll move on to Gailey. Maybe you're there, Gailey, or maybe you're at home. Let's go to Gailey Jablonski. We're unmuting you here in just a second.
Okay, am I on? Hello, all.
We can hear you, Gailey, loud and clear.
Wonderful. Congratulations to our new council members. And I also want to say thank you so much to the outgoing council members. I'm here to also speak about Mike. I had the privilege and the honor to work with Mike on the initial tree committee that was formed in 1989. We were, our initial task was to write a tree ordinance for the city council. From there, we decided to branch out into large tree plantings. We did tree plantings along the highways, on and off ramps, Del Monte Avenue. We got involved in oversight for construction sites, and we planted the first Christmas tree, which is located at the that transit station. In his interest to protect the eucalyptus trees along Beach Road, Mike had proposed to the tree committee the creation of a landmark grove, which we fully supported and made this a reality. I too had planned on asking the city council to please consider naming this grove after Mike in his honor and memory. Mike was passionate about our city's trees, and he was tenacious about protecting them. He was such an example and so inspirational to many of us. It's been such an honor to know him, and such a pleasure to have him as a friend. I will miss him very much, but I will always picture him walking along that grove of trees as I have seen him the last number of years doing, and he will be sorely missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Gailey, for speaking tonight. Really appreciate it. All right, let's go to Karen Anderson. Good evening, Karen.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Became the iconic pandemic Zoom opening comment. And then we're from anyone more iconic than Mike Owen. I was pleased to have joined him on the Hole in the Fence gang, and that we had a positive effect on saving trees along First Avenue. And my condolences to all of his friends and family. Congratulations to the new members of the City Council, Lisbeth Vischer and Brian McCarthy, and to Mayor Delgado. Congratulations on having 4 more years to continue to strive in so many ways, seen and unseen, to benefit the city of Marina. It was wonderful to finally get to vote for a city representative this election. Thank you all.
All right, Karen, thank you very much. And we'll go to Aaron Johnson. Good evening, Aaron.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Aaron Johnson on behalf of First Team Monterey County. I just wanted to bring you up to speed very quickly on the status of our interest in coming into Marina for a First Tee that would serve Monterey County. As some of you may know, First Tee has a facility in Salinas that serves over 10,000 kids per year. And what we have found out recently is that those kids that are attending First Tee Monterey County in Salinas are almost twice as likely to meet or exceed state math and reading standards. It's been a tremendous success, and we have shown interest in coming into Marina for the past couple of years, and to the point where recently we obtained some renderings from PGA Tour officials looking at a site as a practice facility along with existing buildings that we would use for classrooms. And the two go hand in hand, but First Team Monterey County focuses on education and working with kids on life skills primarily during during school and after school events. And we work closely with elementary schools around the areas that we serve. And we predominantly serve underserved areas. So I just wanted to let you know that we remain interested. We just opened a King City facility. We took over the public course there. And in that process, that's taken our attention away from the Monterey Peninsula just slightly, but I wanted to let you know it's still on our horizon. And we look forward to meeting with city council members in the near future to bring you up to speed a little further, to gain input from you on certain aspects of the project. And this is just to stay on your radar. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aaron. And we might be hearing from you later on a different issue tonight. Let's go to Francine Rod, who is neighbor to a legend in Marina, next door neighbor. Hello, Roxy, Francine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations to everyone on City Council. Yes, I am a neighbor. I moved into the house next to Candy and Mike Owen almost 20 years ago, and it was both a godsend and a wild ride. And everyone who knew Mike Owen knows what I mean, because everyone has a Mike Owen story. It was a godsend for me and for the city because of his passion for, yes, protecting trees and for encouraging others to use their voice. He taught my children how to stand up and speak out for what they believe in, to a point where my daughter Ariana, and when she was in junior high school, was talking and using the Giving Tree book at public comment meetings with the city in order to save cypress trees in the new development. And as everyone has said, he had a passion for city government and processes. As Marina's watchdog, reading the minutes, checking the archives, keeping everyone on their toes. So in addition to the moment of silence for each meeting, I almost think you all should think about having a moment, a pause for Mike Owen, saying, what would Mike Owen say? A WWMOS. What would Mike Owen say? It was a wild ride because he had a lot of energy, as you've heard as well from the folks who've spoken before. And there's always a new project, a new campaign, and it was hard to catch up and catch my breath. And I never knew when he was going to end up in my yard uninvited and doing something to my trees, saying, oh, I thought you might like window on the bay. Look, we only had a fence. So I'm like, Mike, it's only window on the fence. Or scaring the living daylights out of us when we looked out the window one night to see him sitting by a fountain, waiting patiently to catch a loud frog that had somehow gotten to our yard. Both Candy and Mike gave so much of their time and their talents and love for the city that I do think it would be very fitting for the city to honor them in some way. I've heard some of the suggestions tonight. I would also like to posit a couple other ones. Candy was very involved in a project for the dolphins, making sure that the city had public art. And we've seen them throughout the city. And Mike was working on one to continue her legacy that was going to be on MGM Road. And I would hope that the city would help to support that effort as well. And with all of the work that he did to save the trees in the Dunes area, naming a parklet over there in his honor, I also think might be very fitting. So thank you again for your love for him and taking care of him and putting up with him, and appreciate everything that you have done to support him and that we can continue his legacy in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francine. Okay, let's go to Justin Knorr. We're asking you to.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how's my audio?
Sounds, I think, pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Justin Knorr. I'm a resident on Marina Drive, and I'm a relatively new resident. I've been here for 2 years. This is my third winter here. And every winter, we experience massive flooding on my street. And the water gets so deep that we can't drive our cars through it. Apparently, there are some engineering issues with one of the key drains that flushes the water out. I'm not clear on the technical details of the drain, but it is clear that the city doesn't have the resources or the will to fix the drain. Coincidentally, there's a side kind of dirt road that just exists there. I don't know why. And so what we do is we use this road to get through our street when the street is flooded. But now this street is starting, the dirt road, excuse me, is also starting to get damaged. It has very deep potholes. And if the city is not willing to fix this flooding on the street, it should at least fill those potholes with gravel. And that would be a quick, cheap fix. And I would be more than happy to volunteer to do that. This flooding occurs right next to the parking lot of the handcar train station. Thank you very much. Oh, and I'm sorry, one last comment. Every time I try and call the Public Works Department, I never seem to get through. No, nobody just answers the phone. There was only one time when a gentleman actually called me back from his personal cell phone. So when the flooding occurs, I can't, nobody has time to send emails when they're driving to work and it's flooded. So there's been times when I had to actually call the police department to get some help to flush the water out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justin. We know exactly what you're talking about, and we'll refer to that just as soon as public comment is over. Okay, let's go to Greg Fury. Welcome and good evening, Greg.
All right, just checking, sound check.
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, congratulations to Elizabeth and to Brian McCarthy. Brian, I have very high hopes for you. Maybe a future mayor, maybe a future county supervisor. I've been impressed by the fact that you sought out a responsible position on the planning commission. And I don't want to say learned the ropes, but learned a good deal about the city and the process that prepared you for your position on the council. And Elizabeth, I know you're heavily involved in Just Water. So kudos to both of you. Good luck. I wanted to speak about Mike Owen. I adored Candy Owen, and I'm sure anybody that knew her felt the same way. She had a long history of the hospitality industry. She could work across all facets of public opinion and diversity, and she was just about as charming and sweet a person, but she was very insightful when it came to getting to point C. Mike, I knew less about him as a tree committee on all of his involvement, though I would call him the tree whisperer, Marina. Nobody was more impactful on the future and salvation of the trees in this town than Mike. His dedication was legendary and his energy was boundless. What really impressed me was when Candy was diagnosed with breast cancer. I don't think I've ever seen a more dedicated or committed spouse to anyone than Mike. I once told Mike before that all happened that, Mike, you really married up when you married Candy. And he kind of gave me his gruff look, and he didn't talk to me for a while, but after that things settled down. But I know that my wife made lumpia for Candy a few times when she was battling cancer. It looked like she was out of the woods, and then it came back and bit her again. Nobody was more dedicated and more devoted to his spouse than Mike Owen was to Candy. It touched my heart, and anybody that knew them was affected by his depth of commitment and his love for his wife. And it was an example for everyone, certainly an example for me and anyone else I know. Mike will be sorely missed. Candy has always been missed. And I look forward to paying homage to him and recognizing his commitment and his depth of commitment to the city and to all things green in the city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Greg. Let's go to Tommy Balea. Welcome and good evening.
Good evening, City Council Mayor. Congratulations to the new City Council people there. Congratulations to the mayor. As far as Mike Owen, I never really knew him, but on my many, many bike rides. I would come back down the bike path up to Beach Road, then go east on Beach Road. And who would I always see walking? I would always see Mike Owen walking. Yeah, I think it's a good idea to name something in honor of those eucalyptus trees there. I mean, the guy had a lot of passion for the trees. In a sense, so do I. I mean, I've seen so many trees taken away that you could take away any tree, and as I ride by it, I would stop, and my brain's trying to piece it back together. My brain's trying to tell me that something was there, but it's no longer there, but my brain's trying to put it back. It has the vision of the tree that was there. You can go cut any tree down, and I can ride by it, and my brain's going to say something's missing. I mean, that's just his passion. I mean, I guess I have that same thing. I mean, everybody on the coastal of California takes care of their cypress trees. They're so well trimmed and groomed. Marina has a long way to go on grooming its trees. And I think Mike Owen is a big loss to the community. I remember I helped fight to save a cypress tree in that new development over there. I think we saved one tree, but wow, it takes a lot to save a tree because trees can't talk. But you can cut any tree down and I can ride by it and my brain's going to piece it back together saying something was there. But as far as the loss on the decision on the desal plant, you know what? It's a loss, but you didn't win, but you didn't lose. I mean, we all lost. So don't feel bad, Mr. Mayor. We all lost on that one because it seems like Marina's taking care of the whole peninsula. We have to feed the water to Monterey and Carmel. We have to take care of the trash, and we have to take care of all the waste treatment. It's unbelievable. And the traffic is backing up into Marina. And now it's our problem, but it's Monterey's problem. It's just, we have to tailor for them and not thinking of us. I think it was just powers to be are going to take over. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Tommy. And anyone else wishing to speak, we'll give you a couple of moments to raise your Zoom hand. And thank you to everyone who has. Steve Rowland, welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for acknowledging me. So I would like to just speak very briefly about Mike Owen. I'm also a neighbor of Mike Owen's, and I had moved to Marina from PG in 2010. And Mike Owen was the very first person that came over and chatted with me as I was moving in with my family helping. And Mike was always very energetic and very interesting. I was not involved in tree committees and other things around Marina that Mike was, but I would always go to Mike and ask him for what's happening and get an update as to what's going on in Marina. So much so that Mike finally said, "Hey, there's an opening. Why don't you apply for that?" And so I did. I guess he was tired of answering all my questions. I'm not sure. But the easiest way for me to summarize Mike Owen, in my opinion, is that whenever I saw him, he always brought a smile to my face. That's all for me.
All right. Thank you, Steve. We'll go and close public comment and I'll ask our city manager and city attorney to keep me straight on this new process. So Barbara, with Sea Haven concerns, I think your next step is to have a meeting with myself and staff, or just staff alone, so you can get those Sea Haven questions. And thank you for emailing them in advance, maybe a week or two ago. And Denise, I know we often have trouble. Seems like there's technical difficulties. I'm sorry that it's sometimes difficult for you to get through once your turn comes up, but I don't know, maybe you can talk to Matt Mogeson and see if there's something we can do about that, our assistant city manager. Justin, same thing that we told Barbara just a minute ago. I think you've got to go through staff and try to figure out what's going on Marina Drive, see what can be done. I sent an email because it was flooded 3 days ago, and there are potholes you can't see when you're going through the flooding. So it's a really bad situation when it's flooded, and staff has a long history of experience trying to address that. But all you can do is keep trying and not let it go unaddressed. So please contact staff. And if you have trouble getting through to Public Works, try the city manager's office at 884-1278, 884-1278, and they should be able to route you. You can always call me 277-7690, 277-7690, and I'll do my best to help you not be stuck. Okay. Did anyone else note anything from public comment questions that I didn't address? I know we can't do a lot of time here, but okay. All right. Thanks to everyone and those who spoke in Mike's memory. We'll keep that going. And Lane, go ahead. Let me just ask Lane one question.
Sure.
Lane, what would be the next step? Hearing the public suggestions about one way or another, commemorating Mike's contributions and himself and Candy.
Yeah, those are good questions on it. We've heard a lot of different things. I think, Mayor, what I'd want to do is just offline, maybe talk with you and Mayor Pro Tem about some options and a process of how I want to consider those. And so I can do that offline with you.
All right. Were you able to make a short list of the landmark tree and the other suggestions made there were 2 or 3 made tonight, and maybe we can get those authors of those ideas together in a room and talk about what might be the most appropriate in their minds.
Yeah, and there have been other suggestions and things on Facebook and a lot of different things. And so I think if we can kind of put together some type of subcommittee and then we'll work through those ideas and get it back to the council.
Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
No, I was just calling it back to that unanswered issue from public comment about Mike. So that no problem. Thank you for addressing that.
Okay. Next on our agenda is consent. So a number of items thought not to be controversial, so we vote on them as a package. And so I think at this time, if any member, help me through this, Heidi, because we're doing it different than we used to. So can you tell us how we handle the public participation in this item?
Through the mayor, yes, we have changed the agenda. So now it says on the agenda that public comment on the consent calendar would be taken under general public comment. So that would have been the appropriate time for members to weigh in on any items.
Okay. So we'll go to public comment before we make a motion. And then if discussion or lengthy explanation is required, we can pull the item. So how do we determine if discussion or lengthy explanation is that after public comment that we think it's deep enough that we want to pull an item?
If under the general public comment that you already had, if members of the public had raised an issue that council felt needed to be addressed, then council could decide whether to pull that item. There were no comments on the consent calendar during general public comments. So now that you have the slate before you, council can determine whether to pull an item or to make a comment, but it would just be the motion and approval.
Okay, so let's go carefully this first evening. And it's my opinion now that I'm seeing it work, that there's no way that public would have known earlier that that was their time to comment on consent. And so that we didn't get any comments or questions during public comment that just finished regarding consent agenda items, I'm not surprised at all. Maybe we wouldn't have otherwise, but definitely not tonight. So it would seem to me that if the agenda now says that prior to a motion, any member of the city council can make a question. So there's no public role now with the consent agenda?
So Mary, if you can if you have the agenda in front, or Matt, if you can pull it up under public comment, I think this will help kind of answer the question. Matt, do you have the agenda handy to where you can pull it up?
I see that it says that this is the appropriate place to comment on items on the consent agenda.
Correct.
So in writing, we've elucidated the change, but most people aren't going to read that. Now, we've been doing this for 45 years one way, you know? So I know we're going according to procedure. So let's just roll with it. And we just have to try to get the word out that consent agenda comments and questions are to be made before the consent agenda is addressed. And that's going to be a tough concept. I have some hands up. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recommend polling AG1. I'd like to register a recusal. I believe I have a financial conflict of interest as indicated on my form 700.
Okay, so I think it's now under 10. Used to be 8. 10 G1 is the Joby, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. That item on the amendment to the lease agreement for Joby, we're going to pull that from the consent and vote on it separately with Councilmember McCarthy recusing himself. Now let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Hi, I just had some questions on a couple of the matters. So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask the questions. I don't want to pull them.
Yeah, it is the appropriate time. And it's according to our new process.
Okay, I wanted to ask the question about F3, which is approving a property and evidence technician classification and salary schedule, as well as 10. Is that right? 10. It was 10F3 and 10F4, and that is approving the human rights director.
Let's start with 10F3. What's your question about approving the property and evidence technician classification and salary?
I'd like to know if this was a position that had already been, somebody was already doing the work. On paper, it's looking as if we've got this new, is it a new position? Or please explain to me how this, and to the 18 attendees that are here, how this position has come about and the reason for it.
Thank you, Christina. Lane?
Sure, Matt, you can jump in. This is an existing police record clerk position, and it has been primarily performing property and evidence functions, and so it's not creating a new body. It is realigning the position to more reflect the actual job duties.
So is that to say somebody will move into that position, or?
No, it's the existing person that's been doing that work for years. So it's not creating a new position, not a new body. It's just saying the records clerk that has been doing property and evidence collection, we're now changing the job description to reflect what the work that is actually being done.
Okay, thank you. The same goes for F4. This is approving a human resources director. How has this role been filled in the past? And why is this necessary?
So previously, before I was here, we had a human resources director position. Then when I got here, we had a significant ongoing budget deficit. And so we cut back a lot of positions. And so one of the ones that we didn't fill was the human resources director. And we've kind of have filled it by those job responsibilities being transferred to myself, to Matt Mogeson, to our finance director. And we're just large enough, and we have so many human resource issues that we just need to get back and really hire a human resources director. And so this would be creating a new allocation for this position. We have an existing job description. It's been filled in the past, but this would actually be creating a new job allocation.
Okay, I want to thank you for that explanation. That's all.
All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually going to remind people about that new change in public comment of that is the time for the public to either ask a question or to pull an item on the consent agenda. But since we did not ourselves remind everyone about that, I wonder if we could just briefly reopen the public comment to just specifically ask if the public has any questions, brief questions, or want to pull an item from the consent agenda and then close the public comment. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think we can reopen public comment if there's no objection on the city council. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll reopen public comment now. For anyone that may have or wants to or may have wanted to speak to any, go ahead, City Attorney Heidi Quinn.
Well, this is just related. I wanted to clarify whether Councilmember McCarthy really wanted to pull the item for which he's going to be recused, if there's a question that the council needs to discuss, or if it's just he wants to register his recusal on that particular item.
Through the mayor, I just want to recuse. So I would assume it has to be pulled so it can be voted on separately. And so at that time, I would turn off my camera and wait for the vote to be finished. Is that correct?
You're technically not, you technically don't have to pull it to vote on it separately. You could register your recusal. You could approve the slate and just have that item separate if you don't need discussion on it, and just take a separate vote as to I guess it's G1, as to G1, and just vote on that one by itself, and then you can turn off your camera and not participate. But you don't really need to pull it if you're not going to be having discussion on it.
Yeah, I think you're kind of saying the same thing, because when you vote on it separately, it's essentially pulling it for a separate vote.
But not for discussion. And when you do pull it for the discussion, right, it goes to the end of the agenda.
We used to do it that way many years ago. Now we've kind of just informally morphed into taking care of it right away, especially if it's a quick item like this would be. So I think how we do it tonight is we would approve the consent minus 10G1, and we'd go right into 10G1 without Councilmember McCarthy's participation, and we would approve it. But it's a good point you bring up that we wouldn't be able to discuss it. It would just be for a up or down vote, and that's different.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll follow your advice as soon as we get there.
Great.
Okay, did anyone else? Kathy, was that you?
Yeah, and Heidi, you did not answer the question whether we could reopen the public comment just to rectify the issue that we forgot about. That was the time for the public to pull anything from the consent agenda.
I think she agreed. So we don't have any council objections, so we're going to reopen public comment now.
Okay, and then I just wanted to make a clarification, because I think that the new procedure says that we don't, if we pull an item, we don't consider it right after it's at now put at the end. That is the new process, I believe.
Yes, and that's what Heidi was trying to say when it wasn't getting through to me. So, so we were going to pull Brian's recusal item, and I was going to deal with it right away. But I think Heidi was trying to give us an alternative that we could deal with it
right away. Yes. Yes.
So let's approve the consent when we get to that point without Brian's recusal item, and then we'll ask Heidi to walk us through how we're going to deal with that in a way that we can get it done right away and not at the end.
Great.
I'm just a little confused. All right. So let's reopen public comment just for the consent agenda item, in case any member of the public has any questions or comments on the consent agenda. Denise, your hand is up, so let's see how our technology works tonight. Go ahead when you're ready.
I need a clarification along with my question. So I'm talking about 10G2. is the re-up of the Preston Abrams Park management agreement. My understanding of that public only has to do that.
Excuse me, Lisa, for the most part, Lisa, you are unintelligible.
Denise.
Denise.
Yeah.
Try
So,
again.
any better?
No.
Oh, any better?
Yes.
Okay. So there are two questions. Talking about G2, the Preston and Abrams Park management agreement item. My understanding with the changing procedure, what hasn't been elucidated yet, is that public can no longer pull an item. They can express discussion on an item, but they cannot pull an item. That is going to be reserved for council. Comment 1. Comment 2 is, I don't know how to say this without divulging confidential information, but there are some internal problems with management being able to work, being ready to work, that I don't know that now's the time to re-up that without having a discussion with members of their committee and assuring them that there is a plan B for missing and or absent senior members of Greystar. And that's as clear as I can be without divulging confidential information.
Okay. Thank you, Denise. We'll get back to you as soon as public comment is over.
Thank you.
That. Okay. Other folks wishing to comment or question anything on the consent agenda? And if not, we'll close public comment in just a moment. Okay, so we'll close public comment, and a couple things there, specific, kind of hard to hear you. But your first question is, can the public pull an item from the consent agenda under the new rules? No, they cannot. But if the items brought up by the public are thought by council to require a lengthy discussion or address, then the council can pull that. And if we do, it gets placed at the end of the other action items list. In the other actions items, successor agency, does that mean the end of the agenda, Heidi, or does that just mean the end of the successor agency portion, which comes before the consent agenda? So if the council wants to pull an item that the public brings up, is it heard at the end of the night, or is it heard at the end of the other action item successor agency? I don't understand the verbiage there.
Through the mayor, it goes to the end of 13 other action items.
Okay, so there's just a leftover typo that successor agency should be deleted there. Successor agency to the former Marina Development Agency.
Are you looking at the consent agenda under number 9?
Yes, I am. And that last sentence.
But we're on number 10.
Got it. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So Denise, the answer to your question is the public can no longer pull something from the consent agenda. It's up to the council to decide that needs to happen. But you still can comment and ask questions as you've done. So it's like other agenda items. And then Lane, I think it's best for you or Matt to follow up with Denise, about the missing senior members at Gray Star. I don't think that's something the council's going to want to pull this whole 1-year contract, but it does sound like an issue that might need some attention.
Yes, and Matt's on top of this. Great Star is going through some changes in their staffing, and so we can certainly talk with Denise offline.
Okay. Council, would someone like to make a motion, or it's your, if you'd like to pull an item, the Gray Star item, the Preston Park item, because you think that the public comment requires a lengthy explanation and discussion, we could still pull it. I was just suggesting earlier, I didn't think we needed to pull it. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, but for the or noting the recusal of Councilmember McCarthy on G1.
Okay, I'll second that, and we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Sorry, I was going to second it. That's okay.
Okay, so Heidi, lead us through the next couple of steps, please.
So we could take Councilmember Medina Dirksen's motion to be approval of the consent agenda with the exception of item G1. There's a second. You could have the vote on that, and then another person can make. Then Councilmember McCarthy can recuse himself. Somebody can make a motion on G1 of the consent agenda, and the remaining council members can vote on that.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying, and we will do that, but I'm confused because it looks like in writing, it says that if we remove an item from the consent agenda, then it goes to the end of the night. Are we not removing Brian's recusal item?
You're not removing it. You're not pulling it for discussion. You're just taking a separate vote. Alternatively, the council could simply make a motion to approve the consent agenda and note for the record, Council McCarthy's recusal from item G1 and register his recusal from that portion of the consent agenda. I think Councilmember McCarthy just wanted to have the 2 votes, but we just want a clear record that shows that Councilmember McCarthy is not participating. That's the goal. So
Okay.
You can do it any number of ways.
All right, then I would like to ask the motion maker for a friendly amendment to combine this into one vote so that we approve the consent agenda, noting that Councilmember Brian McCarthy has recused himself from 10 G1.
Absolutely, that's fine.
Okay. I'll withdraw my second. Kathy, do you want a second?
Sure. I second.
Okay, so if there's any final comments, now's the time. Otherwise, we'll go to a vote. Okay, let's go to a vote, please. Anita?
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right, so that motion passes 5-0. Thanks everyone for being patient as we sort of learn our new process tonight. Coincidentally with 2 new council people, so it's an interesting meeting. Okay, so we go to a public hearing to consider modifications required at the 3100 Del Monte Boulevard dispensary called the Catalyst. And we'll turn this over to Guido, I think. Hello, Guido, good evening. And
Good evening,
Nick, sorry.
Mayor. Nick is our associate planner. He's been the project planner for this, so I'm going to pass it off to him.
Thank you, Guido, Mayor and the council. I'm going to do the presentation tonight on the cannabis dispensary. Let me go ahead and share my screen. So we're here tonight to talk about a conditional use permit amendment for the business at 3100 Del Monte Boulevard, known as Pacific Roots Dispensary. This project was approved by the City Council back in 2020. And then the City Council also extended the permit by 120 days back in 2021. That allowed them to complete their tenant improvements. And on January 3rd, 2022. And when they completed their tenant improvements, that kicked in conditional approval number 4, which required that they start to work on a development agreement with the City of Marina staff. So City of Marina staff started working closely with them for the next 6 months or so. And then they came to the conclusion that they could not finish their improvements within a year of January 3rd, 2022. So on September 1st, 2022, they applied to amend their conditions of approval to remove the facade changes and request a 1-year extension, at which point the city staff brought this item to the Planning Commission to show them this project first and get a recommendation to the City Council. Planning Commission recommended denial to the City Council on October 13th, 2022. Prior to this meeting on November 7th, 2022, the applicant has updated the request to change it from a 1-year extension to just a 90-day extension on the public improvements. So the amendments are summarized as amending the following 3 conditions of approval. Condition of approval number 1 is substantial compliance with the plan submitted to the Planning Office back in January 7th, 2022 or 2020, excuse me. The main change is to remove the facade changes a bit, and then as well as extending the public improvements. And that extension will also extend the parking changes. And I'll speak to that in a moment. Pardon me, sorry, didn't go right away. So this is what they're proposing to remove. They are proposing to remove the facade changes to the structure. And so in accordance with this change, staff has recommended condition of approval number 29, which will remove sheet A4.12 from the plan set. And in response to this, this is the way the building looks currently. Well, a month or 2 ago, I should say. Their plan is to add new plants, repair and repaint the trim, as well as other improvements to the facade that they will speak on more in an effort to beautify the building. And staff is requiring that they complete these if the council approves this project amendments. Their staff is recommending this is completed within 60 days of the approval. Here is a summation of the public improvements where they are going to improve the public right-of-way along Carmel Avenue by adding sidewalk, curb, and gutter. City staff has added condition of approval number 32, and at the applicant's request, stipulated that we 90 days from the date of when it should be required to be completed. And finally, in effort to ensure that they will be in compliance with their parking, staff has added condition of approval number 33, that when the Del Monte Boulevard improvements are done, that they shall be required to institute a parking agreement with the motel. This has been agreed upon by the property owner. They did a parking study and found that if they share the spaces that are purple on the screen with the motel and the businesses along Del Monte, that they will have sufficient parking for the demand. So staff recommendation continues to remain the same. Staff is still recommending that the City Council approve the modifications and grant the extension as conditioned herein for Pacific Roots Dispensary. And find that the project is described herein is exempt from CEQA per section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. It's also presented the alternative recommendation in line with what the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council. So in your packet, you will see that there's 2 resolutions, one for approval and one for denial. So the denial is the same, except it's denied with modifications and denied the extension. So should the City Council choose to deny the application, I would like to note that through our cannabis ordinance that the that they basically have an annual cannabis conditional use permit. So what that will mean is that their use permit will expire on December 31st of 2022, and staff will not be able to renew it because they have not met the conditions of approval set forth by the city council in resolution number 2020-65. And so it will effectively mean that their annual cannabis use permit will not be able to be renewed, and they will no longer be able to operate at that site with one of the 3 cannabis permits. Now I'm going to close the presentation and turn it back to the mayor. Oh, you're muted, Mayor Delgado.
Yeah, I was just practicing to say that I'm really appreciative of how concise you were, how quickly you moved through that information. Thank you. Why did they ask for an extension on 17 August? Was that 2021? They got 100. Why did they get 120-day extension in 2021, August?
Yeah, so they were having a hard time finishing the interior improvements of the site. And so they first requested a 90-day extension from the city manager, which was granted. And then they were running up against the deadline of that. And so they requested another 120 days to complete all of the safety measures and needed to make the site compliant with the conditions of approval. And also that building hasn't been touched in a very long time. And so they ran into a lot more difficulties with the actual tenant improvements than they were anticipating. It ended up being a much bigger task than they had expected, which is part of why we're here now.
All right. Can you show a picture of what the facade is supposed to look like? And is it supposed to be upgraded or modified on the south side and the Del Monte west side?
So in my presentation, I do have the, this was what it was supposed to look like. I apologize for the cross out. I could have added the, oh, pardon me, went too far. So can you see the facade? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the proposal. Yeah. So the original proposal was to change the facade from what is now sort of wood paneling, which runs the entire distance of all of the commercial frontage of the property. They're going to change that to a stucco, and then they're going to change the roofing just for their portion from the existing roof, which I believe is wood shingles, to what you can see on the screen here, which is an updated roof using Spanish tiles.
Okay.
It would be, yeah.
I'm not a design review board. I'm not your guy for design. So I want to ask you, does staff think that those facade modifications are an improvement in appearance?
It's not for me to say necessarily if I think it's, I was not part of the design review for this project. It was before my time.
So I guess you're saying that the design review board or staff in the past thought this was an improvement, and that's why they authorized it.
Yeah, this was presented by the applicant. So this was the applicant's, this was their project proposal. So they proposed this initially.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
I got to hurry because my 5 minutes is running out, Nick. The cost of Del Monte Boulevard improvements, how much is that? Not the Carmel, but the Del Monte.
The Del Monte improvements, I'm not aware of a cost estimate for that. I'm only aware of a cost estimate for the Carmel improvements.
Okay. Is it true that the owner is not in agreement with the facade modifications? The owner of the shopping center.
The owner wrote a letter to the effect that they support this amendment. So the owner wrote a letter basically stipulating that he supports the way it is now with their beautification proposal as they presented in this staff report. So he's in support of this change to their use permit.
So he doesn't like the facade modification, apparently.
You could interpret that, yes.
Okay, last question. Is it possible, is it even possible within 90 days, if we say yes to what is being asked by the applicant, that they'd be able to do the Carmel Avenue improvements? Because we, the city, would have a hard time finding the contractors and getting it all done in 90 days. So do you think it's possible for them?
I see Heidi Quinn has her hand up, and I want to make sure I'm not going too far without. Heidi, do you have something to say?
Go ahead, Heidi.
You're muted, Heidi.
Through the mayor, I just wanted to remind council that we also adopted new procedures for the public hearing. So there's a presentation, and then the council can decide whether the applicant can speak, and then it goes right out to public comment, and then coming back for discussion and the questions.
Okay, so what I've been doing the last 5 minutes is not.
It's not part of
okay.
your 5 minutes.
It's not, and it's not even part of the process any longer, right?
Right.
So, so what the correct thing to do is ask the applicant right now if you would like, if their team would like to make a presentation, and they would have up to 10 minutes. Okay.
And I believe we have Blake in the attendees.
And I see Aaron Johnson, so we'll just move folks
Oh,
over.
Aaron, and they have a presentation.
We'll move Blake over. Anybody else, Blake and Aaron on your team? Marina Catalyst, you want to be moved over? Just to make sure we have everyone. Okay, so take it away, Blake and crew.
Perfect. Actually, I'll because I know we only have 10 minutes. Nick, am I going off of my presentation, or because I know I sent one in, or am I just sharing my screen and going off of my presentation? Sorry, I just want to be clear. So I'm just because I know I shared it.
You can share your screen and through on your own. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, just one moment. All right, can everyone see this presentation? I just want to make sure everyone can see it, and then do slideshow. Just give me a moment.
Yes, we can see it.
Oh, perfect. All right, just want to make sure. All right, perfect. All right. Oh, wait. So, okay. I would delete off the end. Doesn't matter. Okay. Hello, Mayor, City Council, new City Council people. My name is Blake Hogan. I am the project manager for Pacific Roots Marina. I'm here to discuss the consideration of updating to remove the facade improvements and extend the deadline for public works improvements. So I wanted to kind of start off of where we have been, kind of as staff already said. So on August, we asked for the 120 days extension. We worked really hard, and on January 3rd, we were actually able to open our doors as we promised we were going to do. And then we actually ended up having a grand opening on February 26, 2022, and there's a photo from our grand opening. Kind of what was already spoken to, it was a very huge feat to do that in the 120 days. This is where we started with. It obviously had a lot of work to do. There was a lot of tear down, a lot of things, changes. We actually even, a lot of issues that arose during that time. And then to give you an idea, and now we want to show you at this nice, pretty clean interior of Catalyst Marina. You can, see it's obviously updated lighting, updated flooring, basically update HVAC units, electrical, you name it, we upgraded it. So really helping bring a shining spot to the city of Marina that we're very proud to show off gladly. So there, and that is the back, and there's the back of house. So I want to show that not only did we do the front, but even the back of house, we obviously made sure to make the proper upgrades as well. So not just we're full front and back side. We just wanted to briefly bring up what was proposed to kind of show you that obviously previously was just one section of the entire property. So you can see it was just one section as opposed to the entire part of the property. You can see the current exterior, as was noted in the staff's plan. We made sure do upkeep. We will discuss more of the additional upgrades that we're planning on doing to make sure that staff is happy with the other upgrades that we plan on doing in the future. You can see the front, the side, and then the back, which we will speak more to the plan. Obviously, the side is where the public works improvements will be. So you'll obviously see that be upgraded with not only the sidewalk, the curb, but also we're going to have beautiful brick planters that'll also help beautify that entire side with the public works improvement. So now that kind of brings us to where we are now. So we've spent for the build out costs alone, over $1 million was spent. Catalyst is then to help run the business is running at a loss that, as shown, stands over $300,000. We also, but even though we've been running at a loss, we've been able to generate over $776,000 in tax revenue through the end of last month. And we are hoping, if everything goes well with City Council, that we'll be able to provide over $127,000 tax revenue for the year. We also proudly have 12 union employees, and as well as work with 2 full-time security guards and 1 part-time security guard. I'm actually going to briefly take over to our Anthony Almaz, who will also kind of gives you a picture of where we are now as well. Anthony?
How's everyone doing? So I'm jumping on just to give some more color of why we are at this meeting today. More specifically, that this request for an extension isn't as a result of us procrastinating or trying to derelict our duties or our promises to the city, but it's more of a confusion that we had with the city staff for the first 8 months. Specifically, the CUP did not specify what was required for the public improvements, which required us to work with the city staff to figure out what those improvements would be. We've been working with the city staff for the past year to determine what public improvements were required. The city staff originally emphasized that the improvements were to match and coincide with the original revitalization plan. That's the downtown revitalization plan. The issue, however, was that the specifics and timeline of the plan were never solidified. As such, we spent the first 8 months of the year working towards designing the deferred public improvement that worked with the revitalization plan. We finally settled on the construction, and we ultimately agreed to post a bond until the revitalization plan commenced in the neighborhood. Then in July, August 2022, and prior to formalizing that agreement, we were informed that our agreed plan would no longer work. In a big surprise, the city stated that instead, we need to reconstruct the sidewalks along Carmel, and those improvements would be required to be done by January. So in only 4 months. And then they also pulled the bond requirements, so we'd have to finance everything within 4 months and build it out. As a result, we lost a significant amount of time to prepare for it and plan for the improvements. Staff was great and they were sympathetic towards our situation. So with the support of staff, we asked the Planning Commission to defer the completion of the new public improvements to allow us some time. Staff recommended this to the Planning Commission. However, the Planning Commission denied our request. So just so you know, we have submitted all the permits to do the construction for the Carmel development. That's all in, we're ready to move forward. So we're just humbly asking the city to push the requirement to complete the public improvements project by 3 months to give us time to meet our obligations to the city. So just to reiterate, this wasn't a matter of us procrastinating or derelict. This was a matter of trying to fit a square peg into an imaginary hole, which was the downtown revitalization plan that was never solidified and made it very difficult for us to work with staff to make something happen for the city of Marina. And I'm going to hand this back over to Blake to continue.
Thank you, Anthony. I want to also add now additionally, because as we talked about, we also have letters of support that we wanted to share. This is letter of support is actually from our inventory manager. This is from our original presentation with the Planning Commission. Basically, she is actually a local Marina resident, and she, kind of showing that she was really happy working with Catalyst. She wants to continue. And as staff recommended in this one, this is also wanting to show support of the staff recommendation as well. So showing that, our staff is really excited to be there and really wants to be a part of this community. In addition to that, we also asked if any of our customers and patients were willing to sign. We actually had letters of support from 3 of them who were willing to say that they're very happy to, be a part of it. They're happy to be customers, and that they hope that staff would recommend so that we could keep going on and keep being a part of this community. So here's 1 letter, 2, and 3. They're all from 3 different customers, just wanting to show that, it's all 3 individuals. They're all very excited to be a part of and support Catalyst Marina. So I kind of want to really bring up of where we are going, because obviously that's what we're all about. We want this to go through so we can go to these next states. So part of that is we want to be able to stay open, keep union jobs, keep things going, and keep progressing as we have. So as was mentioned, we did submit the plans for public works improvements on October 25th. We have been told that we are currently at contingencies of approval. We are not able to pull permits, but we are hoping that we will be able to pull permits, as long as we are hoping to get the approval from City Council to then pull permits, to then take the 3-month timeline to actually be able to build out, which I will go over kind of the timeline in which we are, as long as we get approvals by the end of the year, to show that that's the timeline we need in order to complete the public works improvements. So as we already talked about, we are going to be making those minor upgrades to the exterior, fixing boards, doing trim, adding planters. We also actually, when we were listening to planning, we want to show that we're actually hearing what they said, and they had mentioned, the beautification. So, and also mentioning how Pacific Roots and how they wanted that to be an important part of us. So we're actually, to add to that beautification, if you saw that back wall, we're hopefully going to, you look to use the back wall to put a mural that will actually talk to that Pacific Roots and also to the city of Marina, so that there's excellent parts of art and the art community, so we can be, show even more of our support of that. As well as I kind of already mentioned, we're going to do the planters in the front, but because of the public works improvements, you're also going to see that beautification on the side as well, which we're very excited to do. So the beautification is not just going to, I know that, but there's also these really great updates that we're really excited about. We think that the city council will really think they're great. And obviously we want to, once again, excited for city staff for recommending where we've gone. So then I just want to briefly go over, it might be kind of hard to see, but basically kind of the project setup showing, like, as long as we get it, with improvements, we have week 1, week 2, week 3. So I know Mayor Delgado kind of spoke out of turn, but to kind of help answer his question, as long as we are given the green light, we feel very confident in completing it within that 3-month timeline. We also just want to kind of show that.
Seconds.
Oh, then I'm going to actually end it with Elliot Lewis to give a quick sign up.
I'm Elliot Lewis, CEO of Catalyst. We're the operator of the store. We're short on time, so I'll just say this. This has been a mutually beneficial relationship with the city. We're going to get all the public improvements done, which comes with this project, tax money. Also really a proud member of the union. We have an accretion agreement, so we're up and down unionized. These are living wage jobs with healthcare and full benefits, which makes us really unique in the space.
And that's time.
Council, do you object if we give another minute to finish? All right, let's go. Brian, were you objecting, Brian?
No objection.
Okay, please continue.
Yeah, thank you, Council. I'll be brief, and I know we went over our time, and I apologize. I just wanted to continue on the idea that we're driving economic activity there. We've created jobs. We have pulled the store almost to a break-even point, and the revenue does continue to increase. It's been a battle there. Macro economic conditions for the cannabis industry. There's a lot of headwinds, a lot of people going out of business. It is a very tough business due to primarily the state taxation. But nonetheless, we continue to battle through it. And to the point that everybody made earlier, we were never shying away from the improvements. We thought we had a solution. We were offered a solution, and now we're here today, just offering in good faith to beautify the property and make sure that we do the city improvements. So we appreciate your time. We got involved in the project with about 120 days. We got the extension. It's the fastest build out that was ever done that I've personally overseen, and we're asking for a similar thing here, and we're going to deliver again on what we say we can do. So we appreciate your time and humbly ask, for the extension. Happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
Okay, Heidi, is it within our new process to ask questions of the applicant or not?
Right now, it's really just the technical questions. But if you have, questions that must be answered before you take the public comment, but it's not unusual for the council to ask the applicant to respond to some question later on in the discussion.
Okay, so council, you'll have 2 bites at the apple to ask the applicant But right now, if you have any technical questions about what you just heard, I know we have several hands up, so raise your physical hand, I guess, to let me know that you'd like to speak right now to a technical question to the applicant. Otherwise, we'll go to a public hearing and then we'll come back and give you each the floor. Okay, I don't see anyone waving that they have a go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a test then, because I'm not sure if these are technical questions. Okay, so let me just go ahead and say, I know we've been talking about the applicant's financial status and they've given us some information about that. I want to ask staff, is this something that we consider in our deliberations on this project? Or
before you answer that, I want to clarify for everybody, because this is our first night doing this. The technical questions for the applicant only, or Heidi, can they also be for staff? Like Kathy's question is a technical one for staff.
The technical questions could apply to whoever gave the presentation, whether it is the applicant or staff. But again, it's really only the clarifying questions, because a lot of these questions will be answered during the discussion.
Okay. So
is my question a technical one that's valid at this point? I don't know.
Yeah, I would consider it, because you're wanting to know technically, is this something that should be considered in the discussion or not, their finances? And I think that's exactly what we're looking for in technical questions, is yes or no.
Okay.
What's the answer?
Yeah.
Heidi?
I think if you feel like the public is not going to be informed and you are missing this vital piece of information, sorry, my cat, vital piece of information that wouldn't allow the public to have a discussion, then you could ask it now. But again, you're not foreclosed from asking these questions of staff during the discussion period.
Okay, so the message I'm hearing is, Kathy, if it can wait, let it wait. But if you think it's really important that the public hears the answer before the hearing starts, then ask it now.
Well, I think that if it's not a consideration, then we should not even be bringing this up in further discussions. That's my question. Is the financial status of the applicant relevant to this discussion?
Let's go to Lane Long.
Yeah, I'm pondering weighing that. I think probably any. So the item before you is on the conditional use permit. So maybe Heidi, you can help us. So the item is the conditional use permit, whether or not to approve it, extend it. Is the financial condition of the applicant relevant information to consider as the council is weighing this decision?
I think through the mayor, this could also be answered by staff, but I mean, I definitely think it's going to be part of your discussion as to whether the public improvements are reasonable. I think you could take that into consideration, but I don't believe that's part of the findings that the council's making as far as consistency with the general plan. But certainly it's mentioned in the staff report. So it seems like it would be part of the I know I'm not making that much sense. It'd be part of something that you would consider in making your decision, but it's not a specific finding that the council makes.
Let's go to Guido Persicone, our community development.
Yeah, so typically planning commissions usually don't weigh into the financials, but the city, so this is a rather unique permit. This is actually a use permit under the cannabis ordinance. The council actually is the final body for this use permit. And, I want to respect Heidi's authority as the attorney, but there is no vested right to this use permit like other conditional use permits. This is basically a 1-year permit. The council has full discretion on this, which is why this is such an important hearing, which is why we worked so closely with the applicant. Matt and I worked very extensively. So I was a little surprised to hear some of the comments from the applicant. We worked very closely with them on the development agreement. We worked very closely with them in terms of trying to get them to do the improvements to the building. And we reached a point where we weren't going to be able to get that. And that's why this item went before the commission and the council. So I was a little surprised by some of the comments, but we're here really trying to bring this in a timely fashion to the council. So.
Kathy, do you mind if I ask quickly, Guido, a follow-up question to what he just said?
Please.
Guido, I heard the applicant applauding the staff, but insinuating that rules changed after 8 months of effort and they had to almost start again with a new set of rules or direction, but they appreciated everything you did with them side by side.
Yeah, I mean, I have a slightly different perspective, but I don't know if that's
Let's hear
beneficial.
I would like to hear your perspective.
I would say we worked extensively with the applicant, even to the point of having to share the conditions of approval, just to share with them. The very first condition of approval on this permit says the building shall be done in substantial compliance with the approved set of plans. And they were even disputing that. And so we had multiple conversations with them. You know, you can lay blame on both sides, but I don't know if that's relevant for today. We're here today to try to push this forward. And yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, Guido. Thank you, Kathy, for letting me interrupt.
Yeah, and my other technical question is, I was surprised that the applicant mentioned the downtown vitalization specific plan as being part of their discussion in the planning. Is this not, my understanding is that because the downtown specific plan is maybe a year out, that we cannot use that yardstick in any way unless it's just voluntary from the applicant. Is that correct? I mean, it's in such a, at the time, in the past year and a half or 2 years, I don't know that we have a specific, and we certainly haven't approved any downtown specific plan. So I don't know how that was used in this process. And it's my understanding that it should not be used because it's still even a year out. Looks like Guido has a comment.
Yeah, Nick, if you want to pull up condition of approval number 6, it's on page 9 of the staff report, page 9 of the staff report. Just to answer Councilmember Biala's question.
Yeah, I'm just pulling it up now. You want a condition of approval 9?
No, number 6.
Oh, sorry, 6. Sorry.
Public improvements.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, if you want to zoom in a little bit.
Sorry, it's a little small.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Councilmember Biala, to answer your question, it's encapsulated in condition of approval number 6 in terms of deferring it until the Del Monte Boulevard is approved. So.
Oh, okay. So that is it. The design of Del Monte Boulevard it hinges on the downtown specific plan being approved. Essentially,
Right.
It doesn't say it, but that's
right.
That's essentially. I see.
Right. So the only clarifying I would point out to what the applicant brought up is, you know, there's the Carmel side of the public improvements, and then there's the Del Monte. The Del Monte stuff is shown in condition of approval number 6.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were trying to work with them to try to identify potentially just the Carmel side. So that's where maybe the confusion lied. But there was a concerted effort by staff to continually work with the applicant. So
I see. Okay. My other questions, I think, maybe are more appropriate later on and not as technical questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you as we learn together here. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy. Looking for
Thank you,
technical
Mr. Mayor. My first technical question is HDL in their report to the city kind of warned us that the city of Marina could really only support 1, maybe 2 dispensaries economically. And my question is has anything changed since we received that report? I mean, do we think we can support more than that, less than that, or is it still right about 1 or 2?
Mr. Mayor, if I can try and address that, I guess. I believe the report that Councilmember McCarthy is speaking of is the one that was done in 2018 prior to the election. Yeah, where they talked about the different revenues. No, we have not had a need to update any of those reports or anything at this point. That was just to support the ballot initiative at that point.
Okay, thank you. Second question is for the applicant. It's kind of minor, but they talked about adding a mural to the back wall. Is that in the interior part, or is that kind of in the front of the house?
It's actually to the exterior, council member. It kind of where I showed you on the back. So there's the front side, the corrugated side, and on that back side of the parking, it would be on that back wall there. That's where because it's the biggest space to be able to kind of put up a mural. So that's yeah,
facing east and toward the Marina Grange.
yeah. So if you are not towards Del Monte, but the other way on Carmel. On the back side. Yeah, does that make sense? Did I clarify that?
It does, thank you.
Okay.
And the last question, and I should disclose that I was on the planning commission when this was heard, and I bring a fresh perspective and to this as a council member, you know, without any bias. And I also did talk with the GM in a quick email, Tyler. We both expressed great optimism for the future Marina, so I just want to disclose that as well. But the last question I have is, and I'm really struggling with this, the design review plans that were approved look nothing like what was received. And so, and I'm trying to kind of correlate this to another example, but if we approve, let's say a Popeyes and the owner says, well, nope, we're putting in a KFC. Is that something that we as a city have nothing? I mean, we never approved a catalyst design. And I'm not saying that I like it or dislike it, but I'm just trying to understand the process from staff's perspective. How does that work?
Mr. Mayor, if I could try, because I was here at the beginning prior to Guido as well, so he might not have all the pieces of information. But the way this one came about was, we had a contest, if you will, of 12 different dispensaries, and we whittled it down to a couple. And this was one of those 3 that were picked. The plans that were taken forward to be approved to the cannabis conditional use permit were the plans that were submitted for that original application. So to my knowledge, those plans, didn't change from the very first submittal, which was long before they got into construction and design of the project itself. But when it went to the Planning Commission, that was documented as, the conditions of approval of, that the plan or the project shall be in substantial conformance with, Exhibit A, which is the plans. So that was the understanding, is that was what they were building. And the same with the public improvements. Those were something that, Public Works and Planning had pointed out from the very beginning that those are requirements of our municipal code. So that's why those conditions of approval went into the project. Ultimately, the council, chose Catalyst, or at the time Pacific Roots, different same company, different DBA at the time, to be the operator. And so we've been working with them and diligently, and we have no interest in them not being successful. We want them to be successful. So we've been trying to find every avenue to help them get there. There has been some, I'm probably going a little bit further than what you originally asked, but I just thought I'd add that, there has been a little bit more difficulty the last year, and that this site was by far the most difficult site of all the dispensaries in the first place. And we did have some uncertainty about the downtown plan and different things. And in trying to figure out an avenue, such as a bond, to ensure that the offsite improvements would happen, that became very difficult as well, because we were looking at improvements in the beginning of over $400,000. So the question was, can we get a bond when we have no certainty when or if the downtown or the Del Monte roadway improvements would be approved and the whole project would happen, when that would take place. So we kind of fell back to the most business friendly and still within the confines of the council's approval approach would be to just concentrate on Carmel Avenue and leave Del Monte for the city in the future. So that's where we came back and we said, let's just work with them on Del Monte Avenue. And they seem to be on board on that, because drastically reduce the scope of the project from the beginning of the. And additionally, they've also had I don't know if they shared this, but the property owner change supposedly is different from the original guy. So the new property owner is not on board with the same improvements that they proposed originally. So there's been a number of things that have kind of changed in this last year.
Brian and Matt, I think there's a disconnect. Matt, you just gave really good information, but I don't understand that you answered the question. Brian, did you get the answer to the question?
No, not really. I mean, the question is, and I think I understand that it's the same owner, but just as, you know, Taco Bell and Pizza Hut are the same owner. If we approved a Taco Bell and Pizza Hut came in, is that something that staff would support without coming back to the body?
I apologize, council member. I misunderstood your question. So for these specific permits, they were company specific. You know, these were not, you know, usually a conditional use permit, I'm going to go into Guido's area here, is for the site. This was for the business. And these are only for 1 year at a time. So they're a little bit different than a typical conditional use permit. So it doesn't run with the land. It is specific to the business. However, one of the interpretations we had to make under the code was that as long as it's the same company, the same ownership structure, it's still considered the same business. And we made sure that, you know, throughout the process that the company itself was still the same business that you approved. They just operated under a different operating name, which is Catalyst versus Pacific Roots.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you both. Let's go to Council Member Elizabeth Vischer.
Yes, I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if they're technical or not, but and they're all for staff. Does the city have power to require maintenance of buildings, and specifically this building? Unlike the motel, the rest of the building still has the wood shake roof, which is covered in moss, and the asphalt in the parking lot is in bad shape. I assume that the owner is responsible and not the tenants, but would it be possible to require replacement of at least the lower parts of that roof? That's clearly visible even for a short person like me.
I can take this matter. I mean, we would, the license is for the particular tenant. So, you know, in terms of having a nexus between the license and what we're trying to address, we would probably try to keep it towards the area near the tenant space. That would be the clear nexus to ask for the, to ameliorate any impacts of the business.
So in general, does the city ever require maintenance of buildings for aesthetics?
If there's some type of, but to answer your question, not for the whole building, right? Because this is just the license for the tenant. Do we, I mean, if something's in a state of, you know, disrepair or it's blighted or if it's code enforcement, absolutely, yes. The answer to your question is yes. If there's some type of permit tied to it, yes. If somebody pulls a building permit within the last, 4 or 5 years, absolutely during that process, we can ask for some modifications. But in this instance, we're really trying to focus the license on this particular tenant.
Okay, thank you. And then another question I have is, how long will it get for them? How long will it take to get the permits? Because I understood that the applicant is saying they'll start the clock ticking at the moment that they get the green lights.
Well, they showed a very aggressive timeline, and we're willing to work with them if the council gives them that to focus our efforts to help them. And like we've been doing the last year, we've been trying to help push this along, and it will become a top priority for our department. So yeah.
So the permits will be a matter of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty not significant permits, so yeah.
Okay.
But obviously, we defer to the council, and whatever decision is made, that we will expeditiously implement that order. So
thank you. My final question is, the beautifying improvements like planters. Will the city enforce that planters will be landscaping, the plants will be in good shape? That's also a general question, just No.
Yeah, I mean, so just by way of context, whatever conditions of approval are put on a permit, the planners and the community development, we won't issue the building permit until we show compliance, and then we won't give the final permit until until the applicant demonstrates that they've successfully implemented what the council is adopting. So,
but in general, so maintenance, ongoing maintenance, does the city enforce that? Is there certain standards?
Ongoing maintenance, so there has been this practice in Marina to ask for a bond for long-term landscaping. That's actually on the Hampton Inn, which is coming to completion. There is a bond for that project. I'd have to check while I'm talking to you. I'll have to look at the conditions of approval to see. While I'm talking to you, 1 second. Transfer, site maintenance. Actually, so there is condition of approval 22, which Nick can show up on the screen. There is a requirement to maintain the landscape areas, exterior building surfaces in accordance with applicable city standards. The Hampton Inn actually has a more detailed condition that actually asks for a bond. I don't see that in here. So that is something the council could potentially do.
Yeah, I think that would be good to just have some teeth, to have some power to.
Right.
Otherwise, it can be nice at the moment they get a permit, and then it can go downhill from there. But I hope that the applicant, I understand that they want to have their business look good. So Thank you very much for the answers. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, thanks, everybody. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Marina Dirksen.
Yes, I do have 3 questions. Okay. So the first question is, when we're talking about the downtown vitalization plan, is this project in the footprint of it? And if so, I can understand the confusion because I've been told by no less than 2 other businesses not to move forward with anything because the plan hasn't been adopted. So I'd like to hear from Guido specifically, what is the directive that is coming out of your department regarding development in the footprint of the downtown vitalization plan? That's my first question. So that's a technical question.
It's not a directive from me, it's from a previous city council. So we're working expeditiously to get the downtown plan done. There is a policy in the general plan that says if somebody wants to revitalize a property in the downtown, they have to do a specific plan. And that has to be done until the downtown specific plan is adopted. So we're hoping to get the downtown plan done in the next 12 months. That would be really awesome. So hopefully that answered your question.
So is that to say there are some additional burdens being placed on a business that happens to be within the borders of the downtown plan? Yes or no?
It's not an additional burden. It's in the general plan. It's equitably enforced across all properties within the downtown. So it's not an additional burden if everybody has to do the same requirement. So,
but if I'm understanding you correctly, we're requiring a requirement for something that has yet to be adopted. Is that correct?
So there's a policy in the general plan that says before the downtown plan is adopted, if you want to develop a property within the downtown, you have to do like a mini specific plan for your property. That is the policy in the general plan. And Nick could probably pull up the policy. It's off the website, Nick.
So when the applicant came to us 2 years ago, what was the status of our downtown plan? And in terms of, and correct me if I'm wrong, are we not, again, another technical question, have we not adopted some objective design standards? And how does this fall into this permit, this process for a business, for this business?
Let me clarify that. So this downtown vitalization process really started a couple of years ago. We got to where we had a draft plan, we had an ad hoc committee, and Guido's absolutely correct. Our general plan requires that any property they want to develop, they have to do a specific plan. That's very expensive, very time consuming. They got to do a full CEQA analysis. And so one of the reasons we're doing the downtown vitalization plan is that will do all the specific plan, all the CEQA analysis. And so until that plan is completed, every property, if they want to move forward with the development, they can do their own specific plan, go through the process, but it's extremely expensive and takes a lot of time. And so if they want to wait until our downtown vitalization plan is adopted, they can do that. It'll save them a lot of time and money. Now, our problem is we got to a point with our downtown vitalization plan, and then the state started changing their rules and their regulations. And so whereas our draft plan was didn't have all these objective standards, it was built on guidelines and things we developed. Well, the state completely changed the state law, and they said you can't do that anymore. Now you have to have very complete objective standards. So we've had to go back to our consultant and say, guess what? You need to rewrite our whole report. That's why it's frustrating for everyone, why it's taken another 9 months to a year, because they're now having to go back, rewrite the plan from these not specific objectives to now very specific objectives. And that is just going to take a long time. And then they got to do the whole CEQA analysis of that. And so we know it's frustrating for everyone, but it's a moving target change by the state as we got close to our finish line. And so we're having to restart that. So that's kind of where it's at and why it's frustrating for all the business owners and applicants. It's frustrating from us from the staff point of view too.
Absolutely. So I'm looking for flexibility here. Unfortunately, the applicant is caught in the middle. Next question for the applicant, a technical question. You employ at least 12 people. What will happen with those 12 people that are currently employed should this not be extended?
Yeah.
Do you have plans to house them or employ them in some of your other operations? Tell me about what your plan for your staff is. Can you speak up? I can't hear you very well.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they'd be unemployed. There's nothing at this time that we could, add or do to change that. The other thing I'd say is, we have been making gradual progress with the revenue. So I actually think that 12 by next year could be 17, 18, because as we get more busy, we hire more people. And last thing I'll kind of sneak in, we weren't trying to take a swipe at staff anyway. They've been, super helpful and accommodative, but we've been working through this together. It's just that the deadline came upon us while we were working through it. So I didn't, if it was taken the wrong way, we were just kind of explaining how we got to where we were. I did want to clarify that, we weren't doing anything with staff, but to the councilwoman's point, 12 jobs would be lost. And then, we've been gradually, like I said, increasing the revenue month over month. So I suspect, most of our stores have between 25 and 30 people. Maybe this is a little smaller market, but I do think 17 to 20 is not out of the question.
Okay, so these people would be out of work, is what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. They look
Unemployed?
Yes, ma'am. They'd be unemployed if the business is no longer able to operate. There's no job for them. They'd be unemployed. And frankly, the street improvements wouldn't get done either. And the benefits of the businesses around us and the economic activity. So, this seems like a mutually beneficial, or not seems like, I think it's just definitively and overwhelmingly a mutually beneficial thing to get the street improvements done, to continue the business there, continue the jobs. Everybody's winning here if we could just get a little accommodation.
Okay, thank you for that. I see Cesar Laura is here with the union, and I'm sure he'll speak to that. My last question is, while economics and the was kind of deferred a little earlier, what I think it's 2 years ago we could not. Could 2 years ago we had anticipated what would happen with this market, and Mr. Blake, is it Blake or Elliott? Are there some national trends impacting the ability for cannabis to turn a profit? This is a technical question because even on the bigger scheme, I know that, is it not true that the County Board of Supervisors have cut the taxes on our cannabis? And while we authorized 3, did we have a crystal ball to figure out or to know where the industry would go and how it would be impacted? So I'm speaking to some market forces, which may or may not, it was a gray area for Mr. Perskione to bring up, but I kind of think it's important since our city has been subject to many market forces that have impacted our well-being.
Well, let me just speak on the macro. There's just, because of the high state tax, about 3/4 of the market remains black market, which is unfortunate. Really our way we've survived is we have a very small executive pay, and we all work 80, 100 hours a week. We have 4 people here right now, and even if we weren't at city council, that's not unusual. What we are finding that's really cool is people are coming in from the neighboring cities to visit our store in Marina because people like the message of Catalyst being we're focused on community outreach, focused on good worker relations. We have very diverse staff, very diverse executive staff. So people are, I know there was a question, how many can Marina hold? I think it's a kind of a two-sided question. One, yes, the headwinds in the market are getting way harder because of the overtaxation. The other point that I think needs to be made, that's the city of Marina. We're now seeing 30-40% or more of our customers coming and increasing from outside of Marina as we realize we're there. So we're probably taking tax money from some of the neighboring cities where people were originally shopping at. But there is a trend to cut taxes. They've cut the cultivation taxes at the state. Santa Ana's cut the tax. Long Beach, we hope, cuts the tax. San Francisco suspended the tax, et cetera, et cetera. So on the macro, yes, it's difficult, but nonetheless, because we run really lean, we've been able to survive what's probably going to be a mass extinction event in cannabis.
Thank you for that. I'm done with my technical questions. Thank you for giving me that overview.
Okay, Aaron Johnson, you're on the applicant team. You have your hand up. Do you want to briefly introduce what your comment is and let us get a chance to see if it's appropriate at this time?
It's completely inappropriate. I was going to talk as a member of the public, Mayor Delgado. So
Okay.
I'll wait.
All right. So Heidi, later on, can a member of the applicant team speak as a member of the public?
I think some areas are gray. I mean, it depends. If he's not part of the presentation team and you want to give him time to have his 3 minutes, I'd say it's the discretion of council. We seem to be kind of forging a new path. It seems
Right. Yeah, I think typically the applicant team would give their presentation and then they wouldn't get a second bite at the apple where all of their team members could speak again for 3
right.
minutes.
No, that's not the goal. You have the applicant making a presentation and then 2 members of the public get to weigh in. And so typically that's why you go out for public comment first, have everyone in the public speak and then come back for this discussion.
Okay, the balance is that we do want all the information on the table. So council, let me just ask you now, how do you want to handle where the applicant has more to say than their 10-minute time allows? We've asked questions and got them answered. Do you want to just cut it off and say, we're going according to process, the applicant has had their time? Or do you want to do something different to hear more from the applicant?
I'd like to hear more. We've got 6 attendees here. I think we're going to make a big decision. So if there's some other extenuating circumstances, I'd like to hear them.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
I would like to stick to our process. We can ask them other questions when the council has further questions and comments, correct? At some other point, so we can involve them. But I think that our process is to streamline and have more efficiencies. And if they did not coordinate ahead of time, I would hope that we don't extend that and that we can ask them many other questions if it's relevant to our perspectives. And I would prefer that.
Okay. Brian or Elizabeth, you don't have to comment, but I don't want to skip you if you had something. Okay.
Mayor Delgado, if I can just explain, I was not planning on being part of the presentation. I was speaking as a community member and being a part of their team. They're partners of mine.
Right. I
but
understand,
my angle
Aaron.
was completely different.
I understand,
not part
Aaron.
of the presentation.
Right, but because you're part of the team, That's why we brought this up, and the team has the 10 minutes. So let's move on, and we'll if council member Christina Medina Dirksen or some other council member wants to ask Aaron a question later, you'll have that chance. I don't think a technical question would be, did you have something else you wanted to say? But there might be a way to ask the applicant a question later that's not so technical. We'll get to that point later. Okay, so let's get to the main theme here, which is a public hearing. And we'll start with Cesar Lara. Hello, Cesar.
Good evening, members of the City Council, the outgoing members and the new members. I'm Cesar Lara. I'm the Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council, and I'm calling in support to grant this extension for 90 days. Spoke when the licenses were given, and also been following cannabis, not just locally in Monterey County, but across the state. And this is the first time this industry has been in California in this way, and there's a lot of corrections. Been following definitely at the county level with those that cultivated everything, and there's major adjustments happening. And I'm happy that this business is trying to survive, and that they have 12 union employees. The goal is for more down the road, and that I think it'll be short-sighted if the council does not grant this extension to this business. That if it was any other business, you would hopefully look at it in the same way of trying to be a partner to ensure that those 12 union employees that have benefits and protections that other employers don't have in the city, those kind of jobs are the jobs that we want in our community. And so I'm asking that the council do approve this extension, and thank the council for all the work they've done and the staff as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cesar. Really appreciate hearing from you. So the Marina Catalyst wants to speak, but I have a feeling that you're part of the team. So I think unless a council member asks questions of Marina Catalyst or Aaron Johnson, I don't think we're going to allow you to speak. Is that correct, Heidi, our city attorney?
Yes, it's as we know from hearing, typically there is the applicant. If they're considered part of that applicant's group, they're not true members of the public. And now you're trying to get the opinions and insight of the public.
Okay, so
But just real quick,
I'm sorry, Blake, please don't interrupt.
Yeah, sorry.
So let's give Marina Catalyst, that young man whose video we see, a chance to identify himself as being part of the development team or not. I'm sorry, that was my fault.
No worries, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Oh, it's saying I'm muted. No, okay. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, could just identify yourself and whether you're a part of the team.
I'm Benjamin Silver. I'm an employee at the Catalyst here.
Okay, hold on for just a moment. Heidi, so I don't think he's part of the development team, although he might share some of their opinions. Do you agree?
I agree with you, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Please go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members. I just want to say, well, my name is Benjamin Silver. I'm a student at Cal State Monterey Bay as a hospitality major and an employee here at the Catalyst. I just want to say I really love this place and love working here. Love the management. Tyler's awesome. And all my frontline managers are awesome as well. I love all my colleagues, and if you were to terminate the license, I don't think I could find another dispensary to work at. Not as great as this one. And being a college student, it's tough kind of trying to find another job and balancing school, and the hours here are just very flexible. And again, the team is super awesome. So thank you for hearing me out, council members.
Benjamin, we really appreciate you speaking tonight. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jeff Markham. Hello, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. I am also in favor of granting the extension. I think that the Catalyst has shown that they've invested a significant amount of capital into the building. Let's be honest, the Mortimer Center is a rather Spartan strip mall here in Marina. And any improvements that the applicant is willing to put in, I think everyone will appreciate. I feel like we're kind of on the 10-yard line and have some extra rules coming in while they're on the 10-yard line. And it would be beneficial to everyone to just grant them the extension and give them the time necessary to be successful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. We'll give you a moment or two. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And now it's all council. We didn't get any questions from the public. So it's open to, the floor is open to the council. Just raise your hand and we'll go through the discussion. And I think our new process is you get about 5 minutes and then we'll move back and you can have a second bite of the apple when everyone else has had their chance. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really enjoyed hearing from the public and the folks that spoke on this item. And you know, as I mentioned, I talked to the general manager and we shared this great optimism for you know, the future of the city of Marina. And I'm just really struggling because I see you know, this is a facility that everybody drives through if you live in Marina every day. And as people in the public mentioned, it's hasn't looked good for a long time, well before Catalyst, through no fault of Catalyst. And we heard Councilmember Medina talk about these national trends and market forces that are frankly declining. You know, we have a situation where already we had a report by HDL that suggested maybe we could only support 1 or 2, and now things are even worse than what we thought back then. And so I'm struggling to understand the future of cannabis in Marina. And we have 2 dispensaries that I think put a lot of effort into exterior facade improvements and have really beautified the city of Marina. And I just don't know that I see that at Catalyst. And I'm struggling to think of ways that we could maybe modify an approval to where we get a little bit of that beautification. And I don't know if that means making good on the stucco piece or the roof line. I just don't know what the sticking point is. I don't know what's most expensive for the applicant. And so maybe other council members can kind of provide some feedback on that, or maybe we can go back to the applicant. But to just throw a couple plants out there and call it good, I'm just really struggling with that. I don't know that that serves the people of Marina very well. I don't know that it serves our visitors as they drive down our main Del Monte Avenue. And so, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I'm hoping that my questions spur a little bit of conversation from other council members, and we can figure out where we're going forward on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
I think, just like at least one of the speakers, that any improvement will be very welcome at that location. At least we can now, the city now has a chance to get a sidewalk there with a curb and a gutter. Even if it's only on Carmel Avenue, it's a start. You know, we need to start somewhere. And like Brian McCarthy mentioned, I thought, you know, maybe just changing something to that lower roof might make a big improvement, but I do realize the rest of the building will not be changed. So it's tough. It's not a black and white solution there. And I can understand that for the applicant, investing in the street, in the sidewalk is already a big commitment. What I would like to know is what the consequences are if they cannot meet the deadline. Will it be that they're going out of business, or can there be a daily fine if they're very close to, you know, making it? That's my question. Thank you.
All right, let's get Elizabeth's questions answered if we could, please, Guido or Elaine.
Mr. Mayor, if I could jump in on that one real quick. So the challenge that we find ourselves in here is this would typically be an administrative approval, the annual permit. We've actually already approved the other 2 dispensaries for another year. Because the conditions of approval weren't all met, though, it put staff in a position where we couldn't do the administrative approval, which is why it's back before you. So if we get 3 months down the road and you give them an extension, we would be in the same boat, more or less. That it'd be back for the council's discretion if they weren't able to meet those.
Now, Matt, if tonight we put in the motion, what should happen if they don't meet it, then you wouldn't have to come back to us, right?
If you gave us direction in that motion, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Elizabeth. I kind of jumped on top of you. Go. Please continue if you had any more.
No, thank you. I'm done. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I have a few comments here. This is comment time, correct?
It's open floor for you. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with, I did some homework. I spoke with the next door neighbor, Frank Calamia, who owns the card room. Some of my ground questions were, how is it working out? And he was not able to be here tonight, but he shared with me that there's been enough security. He's had a peace of mind that there's another business there. There's a lot of activity. There's some economic activity happening. He's in full support of this. I called him and asked him, tell me about this project. How is it working for you? Flying colors, extremely happy to have this business in place, because what else is supposed to be there? Let me just put a scenario here for staff. Tell me, if we were to deny this, what position are we in? Do we have blight, which we're trying to eradicate? Do we have an empty business that's not bringing us? I mean, Guido, tell me, if we were to deny this, what position are we in?
I mean, the position you're in is that you would be effectively closing down the business. In terms of any other delirious impacts, I wouldn't be able to speak to those tonight. So
it would be closing down a business.
Right, that's true.
So I'm just going to remind this council that when COVID hit, we did everything we could possibly do to keep businesses in operation. Is that correct? Mr. Lane Long, did we offer some extensions to business to keep our business community thriving?
Yes, we did a business loan program and reached out extensively to help businesses make it through COVID.
Do you have any figures that would tell us how many businesses are coming to Marina, and whether shutting down a business is good for us or bad for us? Do we have any statistics that tell us otherwise? Like, do we need the dollars?
We always need economic growth. Economic growth is important. And we don't get a lot of tax dollars from businesses like this, but it's bigger than the story of that. Your downtown businesses, your smaller businesses, those are every bit as important to our city as like these large sales tax producing businesses. So it's really apples and oranges. They bring value in different ways to our city.
Okay. My major concerns are closing down a business, displacing at least 12 to 15 workers for 90 days or whatever it might be. I will voice that concern on the record here. I did want to mention, I did have a question about the insights on the market and the partners. Is that something that Mr. Johnson or Mr. Lewis could answer? Are you still with us, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, ma'am. I can answer it. We just came in as the operator, the expert. Again, we entered the project, and it was really, the project was in a mode that it might have died, right? So, people think sometimes that, if you get a cannabis license, this thing is going to rain money. They're some of the hardest businesses to run in the state of California. I also, my wife technically happens to own a bar. I brought in an operator to own the bar. I don't see this as any different relationship than that. I know there was some issues made up about it at planning, but the ownership structure has never changed. We're an operator. We have the expertise. We have access to, to the different brands, and purchasing power and all the benefits that go with using us as an operator. The ownership structure has never changed.
Mr. Johnson, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as a member of the community, what I wanted to say earlier, just very briefly, I want to take 1 minute, and it's the fact that I am the one of the community members that is part of this partnership. I've got excellent partners. I'm proud of the fact that I'm partnered with them, particularly because of the financial abilities that they bring to the table. I feel like, a lot of you know that I represent other cannabis businesses. I'm an attorney locally, but I'm also, I've been on the Hartnell Board of Trustees. I teach at CSUMB. I think I've got my finger on the pulse of what's happening in this industry and what's happening in the community. And, I feel that this partnership, these partners have brought something to the table that is certainly unique and helpful in Marina. And I just wanted to lend my support to that point. And the fact that I believe that if anyone's going to make it, this team is. And I ask you not to, I also support the jobs that we represent. And I won't go any further. We've made a pretty good presentation on these issues. And so I just thank you for your consideration.
Yeah,
and the market in general has really bottomed out. And so we're at a point where if anybody's going to stay, we are. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about what the county has done in terms of those of you who might not have followed what's happening on the county level. They've cut the taxes.
Okay, Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen, please.
Last question.
But I have to tell you that the 5 minutes is up, so hang on to everything else you wanted to say in that second round. We'll come back to you for all of that.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It sounds like the financial status, which I'm very pleased to hear that is now a break-even proposition. It sounded like in previous staff reports, there was some question about your financial worries for the future. But it sounds like that the facade condition is the one that would be most financially burdensome, correct? You can manage financially all the other conditions. This goes to.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I would be, disingenuous if I said we didn't try to defer it all. But, I think if we split the baby, I understand why the street improvements are important. We want to give that to the city. The facade, to me, just like if we're going to, invest money, let's do curb improvements, make something beautiful. Because it's a big building, it almost mismatches the building, and there's a large expense. And I actually think that, in my personal opinion, it makes it look worse because you got a partial tile, then you have all this wood. So, if we're going to make a large investment, at least let's improve something. So the facade improvements, and we're going to obviously do the improvements. It's more than plants, but keep it beautiful, and make sure that we keep the landscaping current. But that whole facade, how it is, doesn't really improve it, and it costs a lot of money.
Yes.
So the short answer to your question is yes. Yeah.
Yes, and actually I agree with you, although I like the design if you just look at it. But certainly when you look at the whole thing, it really almost doesn't make sense, as you're saying. And so I agree with you on that. But I just needed to know in terms of what the issue was for you. Let's see. This is a question for staff. And I saw, Guido, you said the condition number 6. If we get the downtown specific plan approved in a year, and we have that condition in there, does that mean that Pacific Roots has to then make those improvements at the time that the downtown specific plan is approved?
I'm reading over the condition now. So the installation may be deferred until approval of design and completed within the time frame determined in accordance with the design. Yeah, it's kind of, it's written vaguely. Condition. It doesn't say it has to be done within the year, because if Nick wants to pull up the condition of approval, it does say, it can be deferred by the city engineer, and then the council has to approve the design, and then they would have to be in conformance with whenever that design gets approved. So I would have to punt to Brian in terms the public works director, in terms of how long that whole process would take. Because after you approve the specific plan, the designs wouldn't immediately be implemented, right? So I'd have to punt to Brian on that one. So.
Is Brian?
You know, they'd have to have an engineer put together some plans. So it might be a push within a year, and that may not happen at the beginning of the year in that permit year. It might happen towards later in the year, and they wouldn't have, you know, they wouldn't have a full 12 months.
Yes, and I understand that we can negotiate on that at that time, but I just want to make sure that the Pacific Roots understands that since that is in the condition still, and the downtown specific plan could be approved, just so you know, and if you need to save up money or whatever you need to do. The other thing is that 90 days seems awfully short to me. And I don't feel like we want to come back again and ask for more extensions. You know, I think if we considered some other delays that might happen for permitting, then we add those in, because I just don't want, you know, when it's not related to your issues and it's on delays that you couldn't help, I don't want us to have to come back again. So is 90 days sufficient?
Look, we did 90 to be aggressive and to show good faith, and we thought we could get it done. You know, I've done enough of these projects that the unforeseen is a real issue. So we would take more time. We pushed it down to 90 to come here with our and put our best foot forward and show that we were serious about getting it done. You got our word. We'll try to get it done in 90. But if we got another month or even another month, so we didn't have to revisit, you know, believe me, we'd be very happy with that. We're going to push forward full speed. But there's always snags, so we'd appreciate more time. The 90 was just, hey, we're trying our best, and we want to put our best foot forward.
Thank you, and I'm out of town. I'm out of time, so I will come back later. Thank you.
Okay, Brian McMinn, our Public Works Director, do you have input at this time?
Just, you know, speaking to the time, it is 90 days. I guess the only thing I'd say is it is the winter also, and the site improvements place outdoors. So there's the possibility of rain delays. You know, maybe a suggestion would be that, you know, it's 90 days plus whatever rain day delays, as defined by Caltrans, because we follow Caltrans specs for road work. Just a suggestion.
Brian, what do you think would be more reasonable? What you just said, or 120 days?
Whatever's in the, I think the recommendation right now is 90.
Yep. So you're suggesting 90 plus rain delays. Is that better in your opinion than 120 days?
I think if the applicant was saying they could do it in 90 days, I think this kind of allows for things that are outside their control.
You mean the rainy day?
The rain delays.
Yeah. All right. I love the mural idea. Fairness is a big deal here. I've talked to Aaron Johnson one-on-one, and I've talked to Blake and his crew in a different conversation over the phone. So those are two meetings I had talking about all the stuff we're talking about tonight before I saw the staff report. I didn't get to the staff report until today. But fairness has been a big issue to me. They picked the hardest site, and other people had easier sites that didn't get the chance. And so that they've run into unforeseen issues, quote unquote. I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone would be. This is a very complicated corner. But it does sound like they've done a pretty good job. No one would call them slackers or trying to get out of doing stuff. I mean, they put a lot of money and time and effort into this, but I do respect staff doing all they could to tell us today that they really tried to help. And so I think that it's on the applicants that they didn't get more done. I guess I'm in favor of sort of splitting the baby a little bit. Maybe that's a bad term, but I want them to stay. I don't want to lose 12 jobs, especially 12 union jobs. I don't want an empty business like Council Member Christina Dirksen was warning against. I also don't want to let them off the hook. Sorry to be so blunt, but If they agreed for facade improvements, I want that or something equivalent. I agree with Councilmember McCarthy, potted plants, it's nice, but it's so de minimis compared to what we had coming. So, the value of the facade improvements, whether we do the facade or not, should still go into the property and into our community. The Del Monte Boulevard, that the timing isn't ripe, ready for them to do that, doesn't mean that they should be forgiven that forever. If it was going to cost them 100 grand or 200 grand or whatever, 80 grand, I don't know. But those Del Monte Boulevard improvements had a value. And if it's not timely now for the community to get that value, then I think we need to figure out a way to get the facade value, the Del Monte Boulevard value, and the mural is part of that. That's an extra expense. It's not a big deal, but it's a part of that. So I'm looking tonight to make sure the community gets the value of what it was promised, even if there's some changes in the elements. And that we get the Carmel Avenue done as soon as possible, because that's like ugly and it's a safety deal. And it's a couple council members, I think Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher said, that's a good thing. We really want that. Other people spoke there too. So I'm in favor of giving them 120 days extension to do the Carmel, or 90 days with rainy delays to do the Carmel, something like that, and somehow get that facade done or something equivalent to it, more than potted plants. So that's kind of where I am, and I'll turn it now over to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I don't know if it's too soon to make a motion, but one thing I am thinking of for sure is granting an extension possibly till June 1st, with the caveat that they confer and bring in the, for example, Marina Tree and Garden Club, to ensure that what is planted is sustainable and within preferred trees or plantings of our community. So I see Mayor Pro Tem has a comment here, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead and make a motion, and we always can have discussions and changes and all that.
Fantastic. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion. Well, first of all, I just want to say my concerns are for the jobs and the fact that we've got a business in place and I don't want to shut down a business. My motion would be that we grant an extension until June 1st, with a caveat that applicant works with Marina Tree and Garden Club or a local knowledgeable advocate of our plant and tree program or preferences to come up with landscaping, landscaping plan, and curb, parking, and facade requirements / improvements.
Okay, I'll second for discussion, just so we can progress here. Let's go to anything more you want to provide input at this time, Christina, before we go to others?
I want to ensure there's some mechanism. I appreciate our staff, but I want to ensure that there's some mechanism in place that if applicant moves forward, there is no delays or hampering of this timeline by staff's inability to be, or I'm sorry, I don't want to say inability, but by staff, I want to somehow spur staff's responsiveness to this. I'm not sure what that looks like, Mayor, but Guido mentioned that there was some blame on both sides. I just want to ensure that this is something that is hand in hand with our staff and what the applicant is doing. I don't want any delays that will be blamed on the city.
All right, Christina, I think that we've got the best we're going to get that we could even expect from anybody, anywhere, that Guido said, more than I expected. This would be a high priority. There's a lot of other projects that are bigger than this. So if he's saying that this is going to be a high priority, I completely 100% trust staff that they're going to do everything on, and I think they already have too. Even though there was some confusion over the downtown plan, I don't think that's staff's fault. But I think that what Guido verbalized earlier is all I need to trust that staff is not going to unreasonably or unnecessarily delay, 1 day, 1 week, or any time frame. And I don't know how we put that in a motion, so I don't think that it's necessary to add that into the motion. But I do want you to know that before the motion is done, I hope that council can weigh in on the Carmel improvements, Del Monte improvements, and a little bit more specificity on the facade. Do they do it, or do they do something in lieu of? But those are the kinds of things I think the motion needs before it's going to be complete, in my opinion. Okay, let's go to council. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to just comment about the process. I know that in our process, we said that we would exhaust everybody's on the first round for 5 minutes. And then if you had other comments, then you would be going for each another 5 minutes. I hope that we maintain that before we make a motion, because then the motion is made before the input of all other comments from the council. So just I hope that we maintain that process. And I want to say that I do agree with 120 days, and we could put in also that the extensions can be for validated permit delays or rain days, as Brian has suggested. I want to ask, if this project were denied, does that mean that the city has to go forward and entertain another round of cannabis applicants? Is that required by us?
Matt or Guido?
Help with that one. Yeah, our ordinance currently says that we allow 3 cannabis dispensaries. So should there be 1 open permit, that would mean that there's a new opportunity for somebody to come in. We do have a new ordinance that things go differently now, but in essence, we're on a continuous cycle as long as we don't have 3 permits. There'll probably always be somebody applying for that 3rd one.
Okay, and I want to say that we have significant improvement on that site because of the amount of investment on the interior for this applicant has already put in, and the before and after pictures was very convincing to me. So we thank you for that. And once you get the Carmel improvements, I think that will add considerably. But I do agree with the mayor that we need to not give on the Del Monte. That whole downtown vitalization specific plan consists of Reservation Road as the main place, but the transition Del Monte is also very much included in that specific plan. So I hope that we don't compromise on that it is a future thing that you will be obligated for. And the language on condition 6 looks like it's a little too gray, and so I think we need to find a way in which, even without knowing what the future specifically holds, that you prepare for it and plan for it and finance those kinds of improvements in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, if I can jump in, we're at 10 o'clock right now.
Okay, I'll motion that we go until we finish this item.
I'll second.
We actually have 2 items, other action that we really need to get to. They should be really short.
All right, I'll motion we go till 10:45. We can adjust that later, but for now,
I'll
it gets us
second.
going. All right. Any comment by council before we go to a vote on the extension? Okay, can we have a roll call, please, Anita? or Matt?
I'm here. Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, Lane, did you have more input at this time?
No, at the end of this item, I kind of had some thoughts on just our process with Heidi, but we'll follow up once you're completed with this.
Okay. All right. Kathy, did you have more input before we move on to?
No. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy and then Elizabeth Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, as I hear my colleagues, my new colleagues here on the council articulate, and the applicant as well, some of these concerns, I am certainly kind of evolving the way I'm looking at that and all of this. So I appreciate that good articulation. I do have a couple comments. First, Mayor Pro Tem Biala talks about condition number 6, and I agree that I'm concerned that it's a little ambiguous, and I'm concerned that we're going to find ourselves in a situation in a year from now where there's some more debate between the business owner and the city. And so I think we need to figure it out. And I think we hopefully can do that tonight. Second, Councilmember Medina talked about the trees, and I agree with the sentiment. However, we aren't at the point where that Del Monte, where I would imagine trees would go, that Del Monte strip is being approved. So I just don't know what that looks like. And I think Mayor Delgado talked about that, maybe removing that for that reason. So I'm a little torn there because I think, yes, the tree's incredibly important, but I don't know that we're at that step yet. And then the last thing I want to say is regarding the mural. I'm intrigued by the idea. I would like, if this looks like it's going to be approved tonight, I would like a condition that any mural gets approved by the council. And part of the reason for that is that we have a very strict ordinance that disallows advertising outside of the business. And so if a mural starts to kind of cross that line into advertising, I think we need to be careful of that. And one of the reasons I think that language was put into the ordinance, and I know this because I was involved in the process, is that there is a lot of evidence that suggests that that kind of advertising may appeal to youth and increase youth usage. So again, any mural I would like to see approved before this body, and I would like to make sure that it's not advertising per se. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher.
For the planning, can it be that the applicant will get 120 days from the day the permits have been granted, plus rainy days? And about the facade, I agree that that needs to be more specific. Can it go back to the planning commission, or is that too complicated? I am not sure about the process. And can it be
Lisa, let's answer your question there. The facade, can it go back to planning staff, or can it go back to the planning commission, city staff, or does it need to come back to us?
That's really up to the, we can handle the design review facade stuff, Mr. Mayor. That's totally a staff, we can do that, or it's really up to the council. If you want to kick it up to the commission, we can do it either way. So,
okay. So Elizabeth, remember this, so when we add to the motion or build it to completion, we get these points that matter to you.
What did you say, Mayor? Sorry. When we add it.
Yeah, just remember what matters to you, and we'll add that to the motion before the night.
So for me, it was mainly the planning, that it starts from the day the permits have been granted, because that takes out the whole staff or applicant issue, I think. And then the rainy days, I hope we'll get lots of rainy days. And then for the facade, I don't know what to say there. I would say, maybe combine it with the mural and send it back either to staff or the planning commission to decide at a later date. So have it come back to either one. For me, it doesn't have to be Spanish tiles. It just needs to look better. So I know it's not very specific, but these are my remarks.
Okay. I have a question for staff. How can we get an equitable value out of Del Monte Boulevard improvements and facade improvements without tonight being specific to the nth degree. You know, we just don't want to lose the value that we were promised for the community to have these improvements. So if staff and planning commission decide there's something else to do with the facade money instead of doing what was planned, as long as the community gets an equitable value product, how might we arrange that for Del Monte Boulevard and the facade?
You know, for the facade stuff, I would defer to Brian. He's more in the public works world, but usually what happens is we get a engineering estimate for whatever work's going to be done. And then the public works staff will look at it, and if it passes the smell test, then, you know, you get some equivalency there. In terms of the facades in the planning world, we work very closely with architects, and we try to get some type of estimate of what the facade improvements would be. And then once again, if, you know, we work with our building official to make sure that those pass the smell test in terms of construction estimates. And if it does, then we try to memorialize that in some way. So.
Mr. Mayor, I can add that we did have some engineers' estimates done for the improvements throughout the last year. And one of the initial stumbling blocks was, I mentioned that the property owner had changed. The new property owner is now willing to participate in those improvements, and they were upwards of about $400,000 just for the offsite public improvements. So that was a little too much, the applicant felt, for them to bear by themselves without the property owner's participation. So I would be a little, you know, we do not want to get in a situation where you're negotiating the dais, but maybe some kind of verbal confirmation the applicant would be willing to still spend that kind of money might be helpful to know.
If you're asking me if we could sign a blank check, I mean, we're doing everything we can to make this work. You know, $600,000 to run a business that breaks even. I mean, I don't want to like turn this to a negative, but there has to be a reasonable limit of what we can do. Like at some point, you know, we have to make a tough decision. If the idea is that we're going to get, you know, $200,000 in curbside improvements, you know, probably another 50,000 in additional facade improvements or whatever it's going to be, that we want to make sure that we tailor to you guys. And then, you know, we have $400,000 hanging over our head. I mean, we're doing the best we can, but there's, you know, I heard, you know, with all respect, that we could save up the money. At some point, it's, you know, that's just a blank check that, you know, I think is a bridge too far for us. And look, like I said, we're doing everything we can to make this work. You know, I just don't want to be back in a situation where we're looking at it.
You're going out of hearing range.
Yeah, sorry. I just don't want to be back in a situation that Del Monte comes and we get hit with another 400,000. And at some point, you know, again, we're like, you know, we just want to be treated equal under the law as any other small business. I understand there was some, you know, agreements that were reached. I think we're going to do nothing but bring positive stuff to the community. But having another $400,000 blank check hanging over our head, I mean, I myself have to really consider, you know, we're in this thing for $1.3 million. At some point, you know, can we even do it? And will the landlord even cooperate? These are things that I would be very hesitant to commit to tonight. And everything else we're cool with. I mean, let's the mural, bring in the garden company. We even wrote it down. We'll make it look really nice. We'll do the improvements. We're going to put the curb stuff in. I'm just not in a position to do a blank check, and it would be, you know, just irresponsible to everybody that we employ. You know,
Okay. Excuse me for interrupting. I only have a couple seconds left. Are you Anthony or Blake?
I'm Elliot Lewis. I'm the CEO.
Elliot.
Yeah.
Okay. So Elliot, do you think it's fair that if you don't do the facade, that you do some other community improvement that has the same monetary value?
I mean, the defined fair. I mean,
fair would be a similar expenditure of cash to do a community improvement It may not be the facade if it's decided that we agree with you. If it's not a good thing to do, we don't want to do it, but we don't want to let you off the hook of what you promised to do of value to the community.
I mean, maybe I'll just jump off the hook. I'm trying, if you're saying it's, you agree $500,000, you got 250 here, 250 later, and we got to tie all this
Yeah,
together.
that's not where I'm going. That's not where I'm going. I'm trying to find the value of the facade that you may not have to do and what you could do instead with the same investment. I'm trying to find the value of Del Monte Boulevard, which you agreed to do. And if you don't have to do that, I'm trying to understand the value of that investment so that you're not off the hook for the investments that you promised, but maybe you don't do the exact same thing because you're telling us you don't want the facade. And so I'm saying if not the facade, then something else. So the community gets the value that we agreed on initially. Does that sound fair or unfair to you? You're out of hearing range.
I'd say a couple things. One, market conditions have got a lot tougher. And two, at some point, whether there was, an agreement or not, and we weren't exactly sure what it was, or if we'd be able to bond it. I mean, if the objective is just to break the business, that's kind of where we're going. And I'm doing the best I can. Even these street improvements that we have to do, we're having a big internal debate. If this is going to be, something that's worth the outlay of money. These are not like, again, with all respect, we're rattling off hundreds of thousands of dollars of improvements as if it's no big deal. Also, we did not plan on spending $1 million in improvements. We did not plan on taking a $378,000 loss. We're $1.4 million already.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Elliot. I think we have the gist of what you're saying. It's just that I'm over my time. And so I need to pass this on to another council member. So let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I think what Elliot's just trying to explain, is it correct, Elliot, that you just feel a little overextended at this moment? Is that correct?
I mean, we're trying.
Yeah.
Yes, we're trying to do the best we can.
Understandable, and
$500,000.
I appreciate your relationship with our city. So one of the things that I pulled out is our plan. And some of the things that I did note was working with our tree and garden club, perhaps to find landscaping that fits within our plan. And it's in here. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
Yes, ma'am. Super willing to do it.
You said yes?
Yes.
Okay. The second thing is when we think about, and I think this, if you haven't seen it, I will get it to your people immediately. One of the things is when we think about some thoughtfulness that went into, like, for example, our identity, that's a big thing that we're struggling with. Council member, Mayor Pro Tem Biala went to great lengths to talk about some architectural features. So while you're not bound by this plan, we have a great Asian influence, and your property owner, I believe, is from Korea. Might you be swayed to perhaps integrate some of these plan elements into your facade? One of the things that I look at is the landscaping, the Asian design and landscaping. So are you open to work with us to perhaps integrate some of these into your design? So while you might be at a cost of where you might be at, you might be able to sort of pursue some of these goals into your facade.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am. We're very willing to be open-minded and compromise. In fact, I love the idea and everything you're going. Everybody here took notes when you named the landscaping, the mural. We would want to get it approved. It won't be, anything that's advertised. So all that we could do. It's really a monetary issue. It's our limitation. We're happy to jump through whatever.
So here's the beauty of the community that you're working with. We have a lot of community-based groups. For example, Marina Youth Arts, and we've been working on murals around town. So perhaps might you be able to work with some of the groups in town to get this vision accomplished?
Yes, ma'am. We would be happy to do that. In fact, that's what we're all about.
Okay, so if you haven't seen this plan, a lot of thought went into it, and especially the business being owned, if it was owned, by, who's your landlord? I'd love to hear the weigh-in from your landlord as to the facade as well.
Yeah, our landlord is not here. You are correct. He is an Asian gentleman. And you know, I do know he wasn't big on doing the whole facade, you know, kind of getting dragged along into a project maybe that, you know.
Sure, perhaps we can come to some consensus on this. I did speak with Mr. Frank Calamia, who's across the way, and he wasn't crazy about your facade as well. He's looking to do some improvements. So perhaps there might be some, like, you know, marrying of your designs. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is to be our guiding principle. And as I said, the appendices provide some materials and a guiding light. So if what is in place is not favorable to your property owner, are you saying that you would be open to following some of the materials and guidance in this plan?
Yes, ma'am. We'd be happy to, and we'd love to hire local and involve local community as much as possible and design it, you know, make how the community and the city council sees fit. We're more than happy.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that clear because you have many resources, Mr. Elliott, at your disposal. Meaning we've got a plan that we'd like to move towards. It should not be a burden. It should be something that across the board provides us an identity. So thank you for your willingness to adhere to some of those standards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate Council Member Medina Dirksen's comments and the willingness of Elliott to be flexible. I do understand what you're saying, however, it's the money issue. Even if we got an engineer to say it was akin to $400,000, no matter what you did with that 400, it's still 400,000. Is that correct? So your main issue is not that you're not willing to do this, but it's a matter of being committed in the future to something has a large price tag like that. And here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm thinking, and our goal is to try to improve Del Monte. And I don't know whether this would be acceptable, but the facade might be more in the realm of the property owner, because if we have the same problem no matter what. If the property owner doesn't sink the whole facade of the whole property, then it's always going to look odd. It's never going to match. So is there a possibility that we could say, for example, in the future, you would be responsible for the sidewalk? I don't know. I'm presuming that sidewalk is less cost. But for us, it's still an important thing because it has to do with the aesthetics of Del Monte, the function of for pedestrian access, all of that. So is there some like bartering, but not based solely on money, but something that we value for the look of Del Monte? It could be the landscaping for the whole property, that you do something creative with that. It could be the sidewalk. It could be both. Rather than saying you must sink $400,000 into the facade, that's never going to be matching with the other aspects of the property. So is it something, if that kind of exchange of things that would beautify or add some value to Del Monte and our eventually approved specific plan, is that a possibility? And we can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Our objective is to be cooperative and flexible, and we're willing to, you know, take it to a certain level that, you know, is within reason of our means that we have as a struggling, you know, cannabis business. So the short answer is yes. You know, I think it like you said, I think you nailed it on the head. It's really just a price tag issue for us. You know, as far as doing the work, conforming to the community, or, doing something along Del Monte, if that's the objective, to beautify that more than the facade and we can get to, I'm more than happy to agree to that.
Yeah, it is just off the top of your head, sidewalks are far less expensive than trying to change the facade of your piece of frontage.
Yeah, I think it depends on the gutters and a lot of other stuff. So, and what my concern is that, we, for lack of a better way of putting it, we sign up for 200 grand, 250 grand worth of repairs today, only to leave it ambiguous. And then it turns out there's 400,000 or even 200,000 in sidewalk repairs that come at a year and a half. I mean, this is a recipe for busting a business. So, if like there was some amount that was, a clear amount that could be estimated, or even some sort of payment plan or something that we could wrap our mind around the economics and then make a decision internally, like, hey, is this something we can do? I'm very, we're here to cooperate, jump through all the hoops, and make it happen. I don't know what the cost of.
We lost you. I'm sorry, Elliot.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what the
Kathy,
cost.
you're at 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the cost of the sidewalk is. So it could be 100,000, it could be 400,000. So that, I think the issue with answering your question, is that, and, I would just be concerned to agree to do 250,000 or, repairs in the next 60 days, and then have a $400,000 blank check hanging over my, the head of this company. And, we have to, make tough decisions sometimes in this business. And I think that would be, starting to inch towards, making a tough decision on if this is something that we could reasonably do.
Okay, Elliot, I think we got it, because we're pushing up against the time again.
Yeah, your
So
time.
Kathy, let's hope to come back to you, Kathy.
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Matt Mogeson and then to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Mr. Mayor, I hope it's not inappropriate. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to redirect back to these conditions of approval that were before you tonight. And I think really the first question is, do you want to extend the time that they have to complete these improvements? You don't have to decide tonight necessarily if you want to wipe away these improvements or do something differently. You just, in order for the business to continue to operate, we just need to know if the council is going to extend the permit longer. And from that standpoint, then we can continue to work with them on these improvements that we've already been working on for quite a long time.
Well, Matt, my confusion is we extend the time to do something, but I understand I would be just like them. I wouldn't want to do something within a time limit until I knew the price tag of the whole package. So I think that somehow tonight we have to have either chill our jets and meet in another month to talk about where we're going on this project, or tonight get specific enough so they feel comfortable with the price tag of the whole package, that they're willing in the next 120 days to do a piece of the package, which would be the Carmel Avenue street improvements.
I get your point, Mr. Mayor. We do have that information and we could bring it forward again. We just didn't have it with us tonight.
Okay, so let's keep in mind what you said, and we'll go to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be crystal clear that condition number 6 would still require then, if we approve the staff's recommendation, to do the Del Monte Boulevard improvements within a year of the adoption of the plan, and they're not objecting to that. Is that correct? Okay.
I think they might be objecting to it depending on the price tag. They don't want a blank check. If we tell them in a year and a half, it's $500,000.
Okay, that was my question.
Matt, can you answer that question, or have the applicant if you don't want to, or Guido?
Yeah, I think that is a better question for the applicant. I think as staff, we're just trying to get the conditions of approval met. So.
Yeah, so I mean, and then we're kind of back to where we were with staff at the original place. And I'm just trying to get the history, but this is how the issue of the bond came up, right? And then it turned out we couldn't post a bond. And kind of some of our point has been tonight, as we're working out this, how the downtown plan is going to work and what the best way for the facade to look and all of that. There's still uncertainty on, potential price tags and, what the plan is even going to look like because it doesn't exist. What I would ask for tonight, whatever it is, and again, I ask with the utmost humility, is it would be nice tonight if we could come to a definitive, a motion of what we're looking at going forward. We're willing to do the facade improvements. So for us, I think the easier thing to do would be do the Carmel side with the sidewalk is kind of the compromise while we're waiting. And we'll do the facade improvements with all the local businesses that were brought forward. We've taken notes on all of them. We'll make sure we do the mural with approval of staff. Sounds like we wanted to do an Asian heritage, which we really like, as well as, bringing in that landscaping company and doing anything else within reason to beautify the front that makes sense, that keeps the entire property consistent. I think if there is a specific request, I'm not trying to make a motion here. It would be, hey, we'll do the street improvements on Carmel and we will do the improvements to the facade pursuant to staff recommendations, but taking into consideration everything and all the great input we got tonight to get the murals approved, get the landscaping approved. And if there's something additional that's within our budget, we're more than happy to do it.
And so, Elliot, what's your response to Del Monte Boulevard, condition number 6?
I think there's some, we're not 100%. I got my attorney looking at it. We're not 100% sure it says what we think it says, but I think at the end of the day for us, what's the total price tag? If you really just want to break it down, right? What's the total price tag? Can we afford it? Right? I think that's
okay. All right, Elliot, let's go back to Brian McCarthy because we're on his time here.
Just a brief comment. I am disappointed, but I'm okay with the removal of the $400,000 worth of value for the facade improvements. But I'm concerned about, I think we need to clarify condition number 6. I think Del Monte Boulevard is just as dangerous as Carmel, if not more so. And that needs to get done. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And that's all for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll agree with Brian that it could take us 5 years, maybe longer, until we have some direction on Del Monte Boulevard, especially building it. So not doing anything now because sometime in the future we're going to do something. That's a worry to me as well. All right, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
So as I read condition number 6 about the public improvements, it sounds as if the applicant is ready to move on the street improvements. So I feel pretty confident that the street improvements will get done. I saw an invoice. Is that correct, Mr. Johnson or Mr. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you looking for Blake?
Mr. Elliott. Hi, guys. I mean, when I saw that invoice, that's an invoice for the street improvements. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Which street? Just for clarification, which street?
The invoice that I saw was for the street improvements on Carmel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I feel like we're talking in a circle here. They've already demonstrated the invoice for street improvements, curb gutter. So we're talking that they're willing to move forward with that. And the facade is just an extra, whether it's a $400,000 value or what. I am going to drop off a copy of this plan if you haven't had it tomorrow, because if you'd like to be in accordance with what we've had in place or ideas, it's part of our identity. I kind of feel like I'm not sure there's any more to discuss. I feel like we're kind of going in circles here. They've agreed to the sidewalk improvements, agreed to some facade in accordance with what the property owner would like. And perhaps I just know that I spoke with your tenant across the street, who is going to hopefully do some improvements. He's on track to do some. So you're okay with those two things, right? Okay. So my motion is on the floor to grant them. It was originally until June. That was my drop dead date with rain days and those kind of things in place.
Okay, Christina, if you're done with your input, I have some comments I want to ask you about. I think we're okay on Carmel. They've got invoice. They have a good idea what it's going to cost, I think. I heard some trepidation that maybe even that cost could escalate beyond what they would want to be comfortable with. I don't know the resolution on Del Monte Boulevard. That's condition number 6. And you didn't speak to that just now, Councilmember Christina Benita Dirksen. And the facade, if it's a $400,000 price tag, I don't think the applicant's on board with that. And so I think the facade is a big ticket potential item that we're not clear. And Del Monte Boulevard is a potential big ticket item that we're not clear. And I think we need to get clear on those 2 items because those are biggies. But Guido's got your hand up, Guido, and then I'll come back to me and then we'll go to the rest of council. Go ahead, Guido or Lane.
Yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn. So Lane, did you want to say?
Mayor, I think you've really kind of identified that it's 3 separate things there. The facade is one issue, potentially a huge price tag. There's the improvements on Carmel, and there's improvements on Del Monte. Now, the improvements on Del Monte really are critical to our long-term improvements along Del Monte, and this is how it's done. Whenever a new property develops, comes in, this is the mechanism. It may take 10, 15, 20 years, but this is how it's done. And so those improvements on Del Monte really are critical. And we understand we don't know for sure exactly what they are, but we've kind of looked at them and said, okay, we know that it's going to be a sort of curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights within this context. And so even though condition 6 isn't definitive, I think it covers the issue from our perspective, and the applicant's going to have to be comfortable with that. If the applicant, and I think our staff gave an initial estimate, we thought maybe those are around 400,000. And so I think that's what the applicant is saying. Okay, if we're requiring 400,000, Del Monte 400,000 facade plus the Carmel, they're saying they're done. And so I think that's what we need to clarify.
Go ahead, Guido.
Well, he's my boss. I don't speak over my boss. So
He's deferring to you at this moment.
So one thing, and part of the discussions with the applicant and why it took so long to get here is I was really struggling with condition of approval number 6 myself, because when we looked at it, it was for the whole building frontage, and they're only 50 feet of the 250. And so I defer to Heidi about the legal, but there are 2 court cases, the Nolan and Dolan court cases. And it would seem to be a compromise could be that they do the proportional impacts. It seems, and like I said, I don't want to speak out of turn, the attorney's here, but it seems a little bit unreasonable if you only have 50 feet of the 250 feet frontage and they don't even own the property. It would seem like a compromise is to get the final estimates for the whole 250 and then make them pay for their proportionate share. And like I said, Heidi can explain the Nolan Dolan cases and better than I can, but that was something that, and that's part of the delay is we were trying to work with the applicant, and then we got to this point where we couldn't make the January 1st, but I just wanted to offer that to the council. And like I said, Heidi can explain the Nolan Dolan cases better than I can. So,
okay, so I'm going to come back to me to finish my time here. I think we need to put everything on hold for a month to let the applicant and the staff figure out 100% package price that would cover the elements, facade, Del Monte, Carmel, and whatever else, so that the applicant could decide if they're in or out. And the staff's going to have a hard time if they just go by the invoiced estimates of those 3 things. We're probably talking $1 million, and the applicant's going to say goodbye. And there's some ramifications there. But the applicant did agree initially to do the facade, Del Monte, and Carmel. And so I think it's fair that they contribute some kind of value to those three elements, even if those elements aren't done the way we thought they were going to be done a couple of years ago. So that's me. I don't see any other hands up. Let's give the team. I'm sorry, I don't know all of your names. Are you Anthony? Okay, we can't hear you for some reason, but go ahead. Give your
Yes,
best.
and I apologize. I was on mute. I was going to say, I know you suggested pushing this back a month, but we're also pushed against the deadline because our license expires on the 31st.
Yeah, we would take care of that if we
Just
agree.
making sure.
Right.
Yeah.
We understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me, the rest of the council, please weigh in here. Where should we go from here? We have a motion on the floor. I don't know that it's complete yet because it doesn't talk about Del Monte Boulevard or the facade. Brian, you had a lot of experience here with the planning commission. What's your take at this moment?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm likely to support a motion that just gets this done. And I'm hearing Guido's comments about a proportional amount of sidewalk improvements, and that sounds disappointing but reasonable to me. And I'm wondering, and maybe it's a conversation for another time, if the city could then chip in to take advantage of economies of scale just to finish the rest. So I'm likely to support a motion that just gets this done, although I hear your concerns. I just don't know that a month really buys us enough to make any substantial changes.
Great, I'd rather get it done tonight. I just don't know how to come up with the package price. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala and then back to Christina Medina Dirksen.
The issue is that there is going to be a tough negotiation with determining what the Del Monte improvement is going to be, and then whether it's affordable. So I don't think that we can make any kind of motion, because if we made a motion that excluded that, then the applicant is going to feel like they have no idea what they're committing to today if we make a motion without some definition of what to expect in the future. So if, I don't think he would be satisfied with just having that an open book and having condition 6, unless we eliminated condition 6, which I don't feel the city feels that we can do that. I'm speaking for everyone since this was a part of the agreement. So I think we should we should really dedicate some time for somebody to sit down with the applicant's attorneys and our attorneys and other people who have some really creative ideas about how to make this work, because we don't have that expertise. This would be high level, looking at an uncertain future that depends on an unapproved plan that involves large sums of money for the applicant. So I don't think we can tackle that. And I don't know, I don't see it just as a delay. I see it as the time we need to have a serious negotiation going forward, so the applicant knows exactly what kind of financial commitments they're getting themselves into by proceeding with all the improvements on Carmel. So that's my comments at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
I'd like to propose a 120-day extension to their permit, because there's some forces outside of their own that need to be worked out. And perhaps we come up with an ad hoc committee to figure out what is on the table and what the financial commitment will look like. I'm fairly confident that I don't want to lose a business that is committed to our community. I don't want to lose these jobs. So I think we need to afford some slack to the applicant as they're facing a permit renewal, and we've got to figure out our own stuff. So, I'd like to propose the 120-day extension with an ad hoc element or some sort of staff coming to terms with what the investment will look like. So while I have a motion on the floor, perhaps the motion was for a July 1st extension. perhaps we look at it at a
June
100.
1st, Christina. It was
I'm
June
sorry?
1st.
June 1st. Okay, perhaps we look at it as a 120-day extension while city manager, help me here. Is it perhaps an ad hoc committee? Is it
Well,
perhaps something where they can figure out their total investment? And is there any room for any kind of buy-in from the city because we're asking them to make these major improvements?
Yeah, I think that really is a discussion we'd like to staff have with the applicant. And so if the council is interested in extending it, then telling staff, then we would work with the applicant on all these different improvements and then see if we can come up with something that works with them and then bring that back to the council.
Lane, would 60 days be enough to negotiate lawyers to lawyers and staff to come up with a plan to bring back to council?
Yeah, I think 60 days would work out fine for staff.
Okay, so
Elliot,
60 days
before you-
rather than 120 days.
But before you talk, Elliot, let's give the floor back to Christina. Christina, I think your 5 minutes is toward the end. So if you
Okay,
could-
I'll defer. I'll defer. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure 60 days versus 120 days. That's double the time with rain days in between. So
Well, I'm not talking about rain days to negotiate.
just
this
a
is
reasonable time frame for them to be able to perform.
Well, yeah, but they're not performing any work. They're talking to staff for 60 days.
What I
To
would
come
like
up
to make is we talk to staff.
Excuse me, Elliot, please, Elliot, don't just jump in, please.
Sorry, sir.
So we're talking about staff having 60 days to come up with a plan to come back to council, just like they did tonight. But it didn't work out tonight because there were too many uncertain pay items, dollar cost items. So we're giving them.
My
Go ahead.
concern is, I'm so sorry, Mayor, to interrupt you. When does their permit expire? I want to ensure that we're not putting a permit in jeopardy here,
Yeah,
or
we would make sure that the permit isn't jeopardized. And if we gave a 60-day time to negotiate, we surely would extend the permit. We wouldn't I should have been more clear. But of course, we won't let the permit expire if we're having 60 days of talks. So we'll make sure that we don't do that before we go home tonight. Elliot, go ahead. And what were you going to say?
I was gonna say, we spent 8 months negotiating with staff and we thought we had a great solution. We took it to planning commission and got shot down.
Oh, okay, Elliot, thank you. We got the gist. So staff, I think it's the council's opinion that we don't have Del Monte Boulevard price tag nailed down. We don't have the facade price tag nailed down to a price that they can afford, and maybe we don't even want to spend. So council and staff, do you sort of all agree by consensus that we've got some talking to do before we know what plan might be acceptable to both sides?
Yes, but to address Councilmember Medina Dirksen, can the motion also be directed about some type of tolling agreement so that we don't have the permit, we don't get into a dispute about the permit expiring? Is that possible?
Yeah, absolutely. Without extending the permit, this doesn't make any sense. We have to extend the permit to give staff and applicant time to come back to council. So if we extend the permit for 60 days and we give 60 days for talking to come back to plan, to come back to us with a plan, I think we're close. But let's go back to Councilmember Brian McCarthy.
Just real briefly, is staff looking for council to give direction tonight on the Del Monte Boulevard piece and the proportionality of it? Or is that part of what staff would come back and talk to us about?
Yeah, that's part of what we need to talk internally and come back. So there are some great issues raised at the discussion tonight. And we definitely want to talk internally.
And it's not just internal, right? Because whatever you come up with internally, you have to externally.
Exactly. Work with the applicant and
Okay,
see if we can
we're
come
up
back to the
against-
plan.
I'll motion to extend to 11:15 to try to get this business, which we're almost done, and some more business done. That's- Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to clarify for the applicant that while we have a 60-day period to negotiate some kind of alternate agreement or mutually acceptable agreement, and we extend the permit deadline, that during that time, you operate your business just as you've always done. You don't have to do any improvements. You don't have to enact any of what we've been talking about tonight until we get an agreement that's satisfactory for all parties. Is that fair and clear? Or do we expect him to be doing something during
No,
this?
it's fair and clear to me. Applicant, is it fair and clear to you, Elliot?
Yeah, it's fair. It's clear. I mean, at some point, I just think the ask is too much. And, you know, again, it would be nice to settle it tonight. Obviously, that's not going to happen. If I'm being just a straight shooter, because I am, I mean, this is super frustrating. We're trying to do something good. And I feel like, and I'm not saying the point is not without validity, but I feel like we're being jammed up unreasonably that no small business could possibly do. So, you know, you're leaving us with no real alternative, and everybody's going to get, you know, nothing here. But, you know, if we want to come back here and spend another 5 hours, 60 days from now and negotiate again, 8 months with staff to come up with what we thought was a solution that was workable, that we don't frankly even really like that much. You know, I'm sorry if this comes off as brash, but you know, we just have to build a store in another city that's more accommodating. I mean, I can only spend so much money, lose so much money on behalf of Catalyst, and do so many street improvements, you know, until it's just like terrible business. And we're doing the best we can. We put our best foot forward. 5 hours at this meeting. You know,
Elliot, I'm sorry to keep cutting you off.
Call the question, please.
Okay, so if we, so there's a call for the question. So let's vote on whether we want to call the question, which would be going to a vote on the motion on the floor. And we could repeat that motion before we actually vote on it, but we have a call for the question. So can we have a roll call vote, please, whether to call the question?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
No.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Am I the swing vote here? I'll say yes to call the question, but it's not because I'm in favor of the motion. So if we can restate the motion. What I have so far is the motion that was seconded is we extend to June 1st, 2023. We go to Marina Tree and Garden Club for landscaping plants and other design for landscaping. And that the curb, parking, and facade improvements, I wasn't sure how the motion addressed those. Can you tell us, can you repeat, Councilmember Medina Dirksen, how your motion addresses curb, parking, facade improvements?
Are accommodated with a plan by the deadline of what I say?
1st, 2023.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's the motion on the floor. Let's go to a vote.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I can make a substitute motion.
No, not when we've called the question. You can do so.
She can make a friendly amendment.
No, she cannot. You've called the question, Christina. It was voted yes. We go to a vote.
Right.
That's what calling the question is.
Correct.
Okay.
You're correct.
Can we have a vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Fisher,
Can you please repeat the part about the facade? Christina,
that would be you.
The facade, what did I say about the facade? It would be, I don't know if I made a provision for the facade.
Mention curb, parking, and facade improvements. Go ahead, Heidi. Heidi, do you have
Through
input?
the mayor, that's what I heard too. So you're granting an extension until June 1st, 2023, with the caveat that the applicant works with Marina Tree and Garden or a local organization to come up with a landscaping plan and curb, parking, and facade improvements by that deadline. Sounds like a plan by the deadline, not the actual improvements.
That's unclear to me. I don't think she was talking about a plan, but maybe she was. Christina, Medina Dirksen?
No, my motion was to have by June 1st in place, a plan, no. Moving forward on June 1st to have in place the trees and the, with help with the garden club and some, in conjunction with hopefully this, a facade improvement plan by June 1st in place.
How about the curb and parking?
That's also by June 1st, because they've already have some, they have their invoice.
Okay, so
I was
we
giving them
got
till
them.
June 1st to come forward with all of these integrated plans.
So we're talking about integrated plans by June 1st.
That's
that
correct.
cover
All of the
curb,
plans together, done by June 1st.
that cover curb, parking, and facade improvements.
I did
Okay.
not, yes.
Okay, so we've got it as clear as we're probably going to get it. So let's go to a vote, please.
Councilmember Vischer,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
No.
Mayor, Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
No,
Mayor Delgado.
Oh, and it's because it's just so unclear to me. So now we can go to friendly, not friendly amendments, but substitute motions.
okay, I'm
I'll
gonna,
make a,
oh, go ahead, Brian, go ahead.
make a substitute motion that I think encapsulates what the mayor had asked for, and that is to give a 60-day extension to the permit. At which time staff will go back and have internal discussions based on the conversation today and come back to us in 60 days, and happy to accept any friendly amendments.
The only friendly amendment I would suggest it would be to somehow include the applicant beyond the internal discussions. So we have internal discussions, staff figures out what they think is fair, and then they talk to the applicant to see if the applicant thinks it's fair, to see if we have a deal. But you don't have to add that into your motion. I'm just suggesting that there's something more than internal, I think, because we've got
Yeah,
two parties.
happy to accept that and include discussions with the applicant as well before coming back to council.
Okay. So that's kind of what Lane outlined is what Brian has put into a motion. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Was there a second?
Sarah, second. Thank you, Anita.
I second.
I was just gonna make a friendly amendment because the original request was for 90 days. And so I would just say, rather than 60 days, give us a good 90 days. Rather
So
than-
Christina, do you understand that the 90 days was to do the Carmel and other improvements, whereas the 60 days is just for a plan, not for doing anything on the ground?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, then I guess I'm fine with what you have on the table.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
I would like to refine that, a friendly amendment to, the agreement is specifically on condition number 6. Because I think we have some agreement on all the other things that we discussed today, and the real issue is what to do about Del Monte Boulevard, and that is in condition number 6.
Kathy, I also heard that the facade might be as much as 400K, which is a
Yes, and the
a
facade.
non-starter. And I
Yes.
also heard from the applicant that when they start doing Carmel Avenue, it might be more expensive to make a sidewalk than they think. There seemed like there was some uncertainty to the
Right.
cost, even on Carmel.
Right, so let's look at, add in the facade and other elements included in condition number 6. I think that would include everything.
Right, but that was part of McCarthy's motion. Because it was what Lane kind of described earlier that Brian put into a motion. So that
Okay.
these internal discussions will talk about facade, Carmel, and Del Monte, and then they'll talk to the applicant and try to come up with a bilateral agreement.
Okay, so oh, I see. Okay, good.
Thank you for putting that on the screen.
Yes, thank you.
Looks like Guido did that.
Mm-hmm. Great. So it's included in it.
Yeah, yeah, the city, yeah, applicant in the city, bilateral. Okay, I want to make a final comment that I'm perplexed that the applicant thinks we're somehow changing things from what they expected to their detriment. I thought what we were doing tonight is hearing their concern about a blank check and giving them 60 days to come up with some certainty, because telling them what to do that's unaffordable for them is not what they wanted. And so we're trying to get some clarity in a way that they can agree to, or at least know what the package price is. So I thought we were doing a good job tonight, and I'm surprised that they were so frustrated at the end. But it's always that way. It's often that way, that there's a disconnect between us, the regulators, if you will, and then the applicants. It's not unusual, but I thought we were trying our best to hear the applicant and give them as much time as they needed to tell us what was going on for them. So I'm a little disappointed that we don't have kumbaya, however you say that word, but that's my thought right now. Okay, let's go back to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Yes, and I wanted to be clear that this council didn't come up with these conditions. I think that, you know, there's this sort of implication that we have sprung this on the applicant, and I hope that you don't understand it in that way, because we weren't part of this development. So I was assuming that you had agreed to these conditions, and now we're saying that it would be unaffordable to you, and so we're trying to figure out how to make this work for both parties, is how I see this. And I hope you understand from the discussion that we've had that we are very much wanting to salvage the business and to make it continue to be profitable for you and for the city. I mean, I don't see this as so adversarial. And Elliot, you look very tired.
I'm frustrated. I don't know when the Del Monte improvements became part of this discussion. And there's just, you know, again, I know some certain things were agreed to. It's super ambiguous. It doesn't say what I think everybody thinks it says. And putting all that aside, you know, look, like I said, there's a limit to what we could do. It's just, there's no way we could sink $500,000 into one of the toughest markets. You know, look, maybe now is not the time to negotiate, but I prefer to get into direct speak. Like, just kill us off now and spare us the extension. If at the end of the day it's a $500,000, $600,000 bill, like we can't do that. And you know, then we come back in 60 days. We've been negotiating with staff. I just feel like we're going to be right back to the exact same place we are tonight. You know, if I were more politically adept and I didn't have a direct speak, I'd probably wait and try to get the same thing with staff. But while we're all sitting here, I might as well speak directly. We're just a small business. We are overtaxed already by the state. We are being, however you want to say it, this is another $500,000 that we don't have to put into this business.
Elliot, I'm going to interrupt you for the same reason that we have to move on with our business. We don't know the price tag. We don't know if it's 100,000 or $1 million. That's why we can't do anything tonight, because you don't want to give us a blank check and we don't expect you to. If we're going to put numbers on the check, we can't do that tonight, because condition number 6 that you agreed to in your conditional use permit talks about you making improvements to Del Monte Boulevard. But there's a price tag to that that we don't know what it is, so we can't help you with that tonight. And then the facade, you don't want to do the facade because of cost and other reasons. There was a cost there that we don't want to lose that value to the community. We don't know if that's 400,000 or 300,000 or 200,000 or 100. We just don't know the price tag on these elements, but we want to give you a complete package price because we understand that you don't want to go ahead with Carmel if you don't know the whole package price. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Let's go to Councilmember Elizabeth Fisher, and then we'll probably go to a vote.
Yes, just one remark. The last digit in the motion should be 2023 instead of 2022.
Okay, so we can put that motion back up, and we'll make sure that the motion maker and the seconder agree that that is the current motion that we're going to vote on, including the digit that Councilmember Fisher referred to.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, the motion maker was Brian McCarthy. Councilmember, does this motion satisfy your intent?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and who was the second?
Believe it was me. My second holds.
Okay. Unless there's no more council comments or questions, we'll go to a vote. I don't see any hands up. Okay, Anita, can you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you to the applicant especially. Thank you to staff. Thank you, Cesar, we see you're still there. Thank you to the public, everyone that's been listening, even if you haven't been participating. We appreciate everyone that's been with us tonight on this. Okay, let's move on to the next items. It's just after 11. We were going to go to 11:15. We could, of course, adjust that. But City Manager, would you like to move right into 13A regarding the side letter to the Marina directors?
Yes, Matt actually is going to handle both 13A and B. It's just a quick verbal report that state law requires to make.
Unmute myself, sorry. Very quickly, yeah, state law does require that when we change executive packages, that we do report orally to the city council and to the public. So with the recent adjustments to all the groups going, in their second year of COLA going from either 3.25% or 3.5% up to 4%, the directors would be receiving an additional 0.5% COLA this year. So these are the different employees that are a member of that group, and this is the broadband range. Other requirement we have is to report the actual numbers that are salaries. So that concludes my report for the directors.
Can you hold that up there? Quick question, technical question here. Do we have the right separation between city manager and the other positions? They look very compact. Can someone speak to that?
I want to point out quickly that there's a mistake. There's not two assistant city managers. That's twice.
I don't, oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Okay.
The compaction issue, though, I believe, those were all based off of the initial hires and the negotiations that those directors had with the city manager at the time.
Okay. You're not showing the city manager here, and that's okay. But is there an appropriate range between the city manager and the directors?
Yes, there is.
Okay, all right. That's my only question. Does anyone else have any technical questions? Okay, so before we go to a motion, we go to the public. I'm trying to learn this. So does anyone in the public have any comments at this time? Questions? Okay, we will close public comment. Come back to council for a motion. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the side letter agreement and the memorandum of understanding between the City of Marina and the Management Employees Association of Marina, MMEA, authorizing an adjustment to the second year COLA increase.
I'll second that.
Right, Christina Medina Dirksen, Councilmember seconds it. Any comments before we go to a vote? Okay, Anita, let's go to a vote, please.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes unanimously. Who would like to take up our final action item?
Matt will also handle that.
Thanks.
Or
thanks,
Heidi,
Mr.
or Heidi will, either one. Probably Heidi, sorry.
Either one is fine. Mayor, I'll keep this short and sweet because it is so late. But basically, as you know, the city recently granted a 4% CPI increase to most of the city employees. So now that the council has completed the performance evaluation of the city manager, it would be appropriate to award the same increase of 4%. And this increase would be effective the first pay period following approval. So we have the draft amendment for your consideration and approval tonight. And with that, that concludes my super fast report, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions before we go to the public? All right, let's go to the public. Please raise your hand if you would like to speak to this item. Seeing no hands getting raised, we'll come back to City Council, close public comment. Would someone like to make a motion? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the employee contract amendment number 2 with the city manager.
And the resolution with it and authorizing the adjustments to the salary schedule.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any comments before we go to a vote? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, thank you. That motion passes. And moving on, the Mayor's Association didn't meet this month. So moving on. Last thing before we adjourn, in Mike Owen's name and honor, are there any council reports on meetings or conferences attended? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
It might be out of order, but the city manager, Lane Long, said he was going to give us some comments about the process of the meeting, and we never got to it. So may I request that you do this next time? You had some comments, which we never heard.
Yes, I can definitely do it. Actually, this was a great first learning meeting. I think we're on the path of trying to get the intent, and we got a lot of good comments and thoughts we'll discuss in our staff meeting. But I think the council did phenomenal in this meeting, and it's a learning process. And again, the goal is we're trying to be more effective, but also give the public a better chance to speak up front. And I think some of the council members here, they talked about how we heard public comment, heard the comments of the council members, and it influences the decision. So I think it was great. It was a great first time with the new agenda, and we'll continue to work on it and adjust as we go forward. But I thought it was fantastic with the council. Mayor, you did a great job of moving this new format forward.
My favorite thing about tonight is I get the sense that the 5 of us are sort of pulling the boat in the same direction with the similar good intent. And it feels good to be part of a 5-person team that's pulling in the same direction. If we don't agree, it's understood that we all want the best, and we're working toward the best in our own way, even if it's not the same way all the time. It's not total agreement, but we'll have our issues. But I think that tonight was a great demonstration of 5 people on the same team. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Just I want to say 2 things that we need to improve on is obviously we need to remind people in general public comment that they can make comment on the consent agenda and not before we address the agenda item. And then also is I think the 5-minute thing is very good and we need to keep it up, but I hope that we we exhaust our 5 minutes, rotation before we make a motion. I would really appreciate that.
Yeah, it's always been my opinion, based on Robert Rules of Order, that anybody can make a motion anytime. But now that we have these rules in place, Heidi, can we, is the rule that motion cannot be made until everyone's had their bites at the apple?
Through the mayor, we haven't been that specific. I think the conversation and the rule change was really about letting everybody have the opportunity to speak and limiting that to 5 minutes, because, we had instances of people speaking quite long. And some of these changes, I don't know off the top of my head, are only on the agenda format and some are in the rules. So I can look at it, but I don't recall it being the case where everybody had to speak, because sometimes not everybody will want to speak.
But when they do, is my point, is that it's just a matter of respect of before we make a motion that we do hear everybody, because we had extensive discussion and it actually went a whole different, direction. And so I would hope that we exhaust the discussion before we actually formulate a motion, and that can just be by choice. But our rules do say that we continue until the conversation, the discussion has been exhausted. People can have another 5 minutes additionally in a round robin.
Right. So Heidi, I would appreciate it if you could tell us, council as a whole, in the future, when a motion can be made and when it can't be made, or maybe just when it can be made. I'm a little confused on that, but it sounds like it can only be made after everyone has their time. But please clarify if that's true or false, so we don't make motions before they're appropriate. All right. Have a nice evening, and in the name and memory and honor of Mike Owens, we will say we are adjourned, and good night. Hello, Brian. Hello, Doug. Hello, Commander Russo. Chief, we just got your email. Sad, bittersweet, as you said. Thank you for being with us tonight, Commander Anderson.
Commander Anderson, yeah, thank you.
Aaron Johnson sticking with us to the end. Juan Lopez, I'm sure you'll be involved probably in some of these financial discussions in the next 60 days. Aaron Johnson, it's good to see you again as well. Okay, have a nice evening, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.